Hello, y'all. How is it going? Don't worry about the lack of music. That is intended. There is no music in this title screen. You can hear music now. There you go. There's music. How is everyone doing this night? Is Thursday. It's Thursday, and well, that means it's time for the stream where it could be anything that I fancy. And tonight, it's going to be the Messenger. Basic idea here is I've been playing Sea of Stars. Did a stream last week where I played it for the first time, and I played a whole heap and helping of it since then. I'm pretty deep into the game. I'm not sure like where it's all going to go, but I've gotten I've gotten the fourth party member. I've done a whole bunch of stuff with them. It's really quite excellent. And I'll say like I think it takes that Chrono Trigger type inspiration and like basic mechanics and takes it to a whole nother level of like refinement of like mechanical depth of like strategy tactics etc. I'm just in love so far with the messenger. And the thing is, hello plastic blags, the thing is bags blags ugh. The thing is it is set in the world of the messenger. Sea of Stars is same continent, whatever. And what I want to do tonight is play some of the Messenger to sort of refresh myself on the plot and the world and such, so I can better appreciate Sea of Stars. And I'll say, you know, part of me thinks that we can also just, I'm gonna play a bunch of it, but also this is a long video game, and we're probably not gonna play enough to see like the late game. Maybe towards the end, I can just pull up like a YouTube video, like some of the later parts, and like parse around to see like late game dialogue, late game scenarios, just to like fully refresh myself on this. I'll say I went looking for content the other day, stuff that would be like, just give me a spoiler-free recap of everything I need to know going into Sea of Stars about this game. And I couldn't find one for the life of me. So, maybe maybe this probably 3-hour VOD can serve as that for someone else. I don't know. Maybe they're probably looking for more of a 10-minute explainer, which this will not be. This will be me playing the game, long style, until such time as maybe we like bounce around a bit later on. Anyway, I do have a few things to say up front. First off, follow up on the next Mario Maker level. That's ready to go. I finished it. I'm pretty happy with it. I've iterated it on it a bunch since Monday. A little bit, a fair amount, but I think, long story short, it's ready for upload. I'm gonna upload tomorrow as part of the viewer level stream. So Ripsaw Rainbow will go up tomorrow. It'll be quite good. The other thing I want to say is that I went and got a second Insta360 Link cam. So this is the fancy webcam that I have that can do things like have fancy pre-programmed positions. It can have tracking, as you can see, where I move around. It's been pretty snazzy for this the couch thing. You can pivot it. It's all controllable via like hotkeys. So I have it all set up with my Stream Deck to control it, zoom in and out. And also like pre-programmed positions, like hey, I can zoom all the way out. Look at the amiibos. Get in all close on me, get in real close, does all that. And now I could say, hey, I now have one for the desk cam as well. Let's go have a look at that. Would you look at this? It's the desk cam. Now also linked up. So you can see now it can also track me a bit if I choose to, if I have the right setting. And with the desk cam, I've chosen to have AI zoom on. Doesn't really make sense for the couch cam because there's like multiple zoom levels, and you can only have one zoom level if you use the AI zoom. It turns out, but basically this is the only zoom level that'll make sense for the PC cam. So whether I get close or back up, it'll try to make me reasonably sized on the thing. Even if I were to go over to here and like do document cam stuff, it will still try to get me all nice and good, which is going to be pretty nice, I think. That's going to be pretty cool going forward. I also got a ring light for the desk area so you can see I'm pretty well lit. If I were to turn it off, I would look not as well lit, which is how I previously looked when I was at the desk. But with it on, very, very well lit. Little couple of improvements for the desk streams, which would be like PC games, in particular, like ones that involve a mouse and keyboard, So, like future StarCraft 2 playthroughs. Well, I still have to do the other two campaigns, which I'll say we finished StarCraft 2 last time on Monday, Wings of Liberty. I'm going to do Twilight Princess next, and then we'll do another campaign after that, but pretty cool. I will say I did get this on a slight sale, so I saved $50. Still pretty expensive, but whatever. I think it's worth it. I think it's very cool to have consistency between the two cameras. They're the same quality now, which is good. And also, if ever I wanted to do like webcam stuff from my PC for professional purposes, now the webcam at the PC is good instead of bad, which I think will be nice. And also, I will be well lit as well, which do most people fuck around with ring lights for like lighting themselves properly? I don't know. The one thing I don't like about it is if I do turn my head up too much, it will appear, because it is. I wear glasses, so that reflects the ring light. But I'm thinking about trying to mount it like higher. I grabbed a thing off Amazon that'll allow me to like mount a camera or a ring light onto the wall. It's designed for like a ring camera, but I figured I could use it with this ring light, and that'll be just as good. Ring camera, of course, is a different thing. That's for like security, basically. Anyway, I'm gonna try to mount it adhesively to the wall, like high enough where there's less chance of it showing up in my eyes, which should be pretty nice. Anyway, I think it looks really good now, is the thing, and I just wanted to show this off before we get into the meat here. Part of me was thinking about doing Heroes of the Storm tonight, which would take advantage of this position. But, like I said, I've been playing so much Sea of Stars, I'm in the mood to get a refresher on the Messenger, so that's what we're doing tonight. I will say I have other positions here, like let's see what I got. I have one that looks at the document cam, that's cool. I have one that looks at where my headphones go. I got this like thing on the wall, and I put the headphones over this little hook that comes out of the sound panels. This little adhesive hook thing, and that's where I put my headphones when I'm not wearing them. Of course, this is a stream, so I am wearing them, so, that's cool. Do I have a 6? Oh, hey, there's the TV and the preview monitor. You can see there what that all looks like. You can even see my arrangement of chats, the activity feed, and the audio mixer. Kinda. It's really small, so you can't really see it. Anyway, I'm gonna go over to where that is and, switch back to the regular PC cam, which you can see it rests on top of the preview monitor. The regular camera is farther away from me than this camera is at the PC, but doesn't really make that much of a difference because this camera has great zoom stuff. All right, I'm gonna move over there. Hey, y'all. That's right. Pretty nifty. I think the setup now is a lot more versatile. Um, so before we get into it, since we are looking to appreciate this game's story, let me say my basic plans here. I want to appreciate the story as much as possible, so I will be seeing every cutscene, trying to do like dialogue with NPCs and such where possible. That is going to be my focus. I want to now see this like pre credits thing, pre game thing. Let it play, and then we'll actually read it rather than letting it just fly by in the background. As for the gameplay, as for levels, as for collectibles, that's not going to be my focus today. My focus is going to be on like getting through the content as fast as I can. So, you know, I'm not going to like try to hold myself to perfection or try to get everything. We want to see as much as possible. Okay, so western edge of the falling world lives a cliffside village. So here's the island. Take note of this. And if you see this in Sea of Stars, like an island shaped like that, probably something we need to take note of. I got to the point where it opens up Sea of Stars, and you can see all the islands that I think exist in the game. And I think, with where I am now in Sea of Stars, I have an idea where exactly it is. Which one? Which island? Legend warns of the demon army, bound to strike again, eager to completely eradicate humans. Fortunately, there will be a Western hero that comes in to bring in protection. Flying in from the Western Ocean to bring in knowledge. A young ninja is about to be visited by the Western hero. Sent on a journey into the merciless world to carry a scroll of parchment to the mountaintop, basically. The one in the title screen here. Perfect. There you go. That's all you need to know. We are the messenger. We're going to be going to a mountain. I have beaten this game long ago. I did see when I pulled this up. Let me move myself real fast. I did see when I moved this up that I spent 64 hours on this, apparently. I think the key is that I was going for, like, collectibles or something. So, I don't think this is, like, a 20-hour... maybe it is, but... I don't think we're not going to get very... I think we'll be able to get far enough into it. What should we name ourselves? I named my previous guy My Dude. Let's use my actual name. My actual stream gamer tag name, I guess. We'll just do that then. I thought about putting in Twitch. Oh, it doesn't fit. I'll put in the short version without the. That'll work. Let's just go with this. If people refer to me as this, it will be weird, but that just kind of goes with the territory, hey. In general, if you use an internet name and they end up, like, talking to you as if it's a human name, I do think it's weird. In some games, I will go with my given name to avoid such cases, but, whatever. So, these guys train, they memorize prophecies. Nothing's happened in centuries. What's going on? Gather around. History lessons is about to begin. Okay, I'm playing. Jump is B, Y is attack. This is all very important for lore purposes. You cannot jump into the ocean and have a swim. This game, by the way, in the same way that, like, Sea of Stars is like a Chrono Trigger, game that references Chrono Trigger heavily. This is like a Ninja Gaiden type game, I think. Ninja Gaiden, right? I'll say, like, unlike Sea of Stars, where I have, like, a lot of nostalgia and a lot of, like, fondness for the source material there of Sea of Stars for Chrono Trigger. I never got into Ninja Gaiden myself, and I feel like those types of games are, not for me, but, you know, I do like this game. Well enough, I think I was very fond of it. I could check on backlog, but now's not the time to check and see what I gave it. Probably a 5 out of 5, I think. So this is the, like, core cool thing in the Messenger. When you attack a thing in midair, you get your jump back, and you can do a double jump, and you can repeat this as many times as you hit things. And you can, you know, hold it until such time as you want to use it. You can tell because you get, like, a wind under your feet. The importance of your wisdom is not lost on you. Let me assure you that the threat of the demon army is real. Here comes the demon army, folks. That's right. That's what the prophecy said. Where's the Western hero? So you can see there, hit a thing, and wind under feet appears until I use it. So there's a guy, King Demon guy. Burn it all. Not so fast, big boy. Who might you be? Really all they got? Yep. Oh no! Guy on a phoenix there. Cool bow and arrow. Cool armor. Kinda looks like a Mongol to me. That's the king, and that is the guy, Bazalzal, whatever his name was. Count your blessings, ninja. Should have just called this guy Ninja. The Western hero, something like that. To be honest, I got here way too late. You look like the most capable guy around here. I have tasks for you. Take the scroll, carry it across the island. Glacial Peak, where the 3 sages are waiting for you. Head for the village gate now. The Shroud of Night will be your only protection to make it through. Godspeed, messenger. That's right. We are the messenger. That's the name of the game. The Western hero is teleported away or something. We just can proceed on. Well, that's the setup of this game and the prologue and stuff. How about we actually play it now? Like I said, I'm hoping to get to the twist and show that off and, like, think about that. How's the volume of this area? Let me just check. I think we should be good. Are we good? Based on my audio test, I think I am intelligible over this much music, at least. Anyway, I'll say an interesting thing to note about, like, the messenger and this game is that demon kind, whatever, hasn't come up in the messenger, strictly speaking. And I think these demons are, like, partially interdimensional in nature. I will say, different dimensions have been mentioned in the messenger. It seems like there's something going on in that sense. Maybe in a time-related sense as well. Sorry, in Sea of Stars, I should say. there's stuff going on with dimensions, with time, with a lot here. So let's try to pick this up for clues. We're not allowed to touch the cabinet. We're not ready for what's in there. There's no skeleton in there. He's just gonna tell a bunch of jokes. It's empty. Don't make me lock it. Why don't you save humanity? What's the boring story? What's the boring story? Tell me the boring story. Okay. You better make sure you have your time ahead of you if you touch it again. Yes, please. Tell me your boring story. Oh wow, you can't like make it auto-complete the box. The one thing that keeps bugging me is the concept of happiness. Finally cracked that code. Everyone has goals. And you think, oh, I'll have to be happy. I'll feel eternal bliss. Some people are looking for love. Other symbols, people hope Devolver will sign their kick-ass game. A little bit of third wall breaking. From my perspective, sitting here at the end of time being visited by countless travelers, I came to realize something very important. Okay, so there is like an end of time thing that exists in this universe that connects to everywhere, sort of. In the same way that, like, the end of time in Chrono Trigger is like a weird place where an old man stands around and is cryptic. Which, I'll say in Chrono Trigger, extremely cool. I guess at the start of Sea of Stars, you do see, like, the Archivist, who seems to be a person out of time in a similar way. Except it's nothing like this. It's not like a room full of stars. Which, you know what, would make sense given that it is Sea of Stars. The game is called the other game in this universe. Goals don't make people happy. They defer happiness into the future, to when the goal will be achieved. This can only fail because once you reach your goal, you're not the same person as you set up to achieve it. Dang. Your mindset is to chase something, instead of enjoying what you have. Happiness is not a goal, or a state, it's a system. That's deep. Stop trying to open my cabinet. What happens if I do it one more time? What's going on there? There's a guy in bars, and he apparently is another traveler. Okay. What's up, dude? This is the shop. Doesn't look like a shop. Do I look like a shopkeeper? I'm this mystic character who will be mentoring and supporting you on your epic quest to save the world. All you need to do is take the scroll to the top of Faraway Mountain, where 3 stages from my order will be waiting for you. Hey, what the fuck? Just keep going east. And make sure you grab all the time shards you see lying around. Time shards. Huh. I don't think there's any collectibles such as time shards in Sea of Stars quite yet. But maybe it'll be like a Chrono Trigger thing, where like in the overworld there's like a prism or something, and once you know what you're looking for, you can like break it up and make it into some sort of currency or something or whatever. Some sort of time thing. You know how in Chrono Trigger you're always like running by things that you don't understand yet. And it's like, oh, there's a blue pyramid. I need like the magic amulet to open it. I don't realize this yet because, you know, maybe you haven't played Chrono Trigger. But if you have played Chrono Trigger, you do know, like, once I get that amulet, that pyramid's going down. And I think that Sea of Stars does some stuff like that. I don't know if the secret that Sea of Stars has is time, or dimensions, or what. I would love time periods. Maybe I'm saying too much as if to say that I haven't seen anything of the sort yet. Now I can climb. There's an upgrade tree. I don't have enough currency to get any of it yet. Let's chat. Chat about climbing claws. Climbing claws, huh? Yeah, press against walls to cling to them. Makes sense, the way everything looks. It just felt like I would be able to do that. That's why John Gaiden invented them decades ago. Just an acknowledgement I needed to get out of the way. I'll say, in Sea of Stars, there's none of this, there's far less, like, self-aware business. There's one character who makes, like, RPG jokes, but they don't specifically say, Chrono's Trigger, you know? They don't mention the game that they pull the most from. I don't think that's come up quite so directly. Some will understand. What is this place? What's going on? We are when? You have to be pretty naive to expect everything other than cryptic information so early. Any stories to share? Of course, here's one for you. I wonder if any of this is gonna be, like, echoed in Sea of Stars. Like, you know, there's several... I've been through, like, several story arcs in Sea of Stars. Many of them have, like, backstories where you talk to a certain character and they'll give you, like, a whole storybook that's, like a backstory thing for, like, the Three Sisters, or the Ship of the Vespertine, or the Thorn of Death, or whatever, the Rose of Death. Death's Rose, I forget what it's called. Those are the three examples that have... I think those are the three that I've seen, actually. Pretty much. But maybe some of those, maybe some stuff we've encountered will be stuff that's just in this type of thing. There was a servant who didn't know how to read. I'm sorry, my lady, I can't read. The reply got him fired. So he went out to a tea house to relax. Couldn't find a tea house. Probably wasn't one. The only one to wish there was a tea house in this small town. So he opened up one of his own. It's really picked up his, and so he built many more. Became rich. One day his accountant asked him to review a piece of document, to which he replied he didn't know how to read. The accountant couldn't believe his ears, said, "If you became a millionaire without knowing how to read, just imagine where you would be if you could read." Oh, I know exactly where I would be. I would be a servant. The end. Yeah, that's a funny story. I don't see how that applies to my adventure. Yeah, this isn't like the stories in Sea of Stars where it's like, okay, time for the story of the three ladies. Which, hey, you're in the area of one of the Three Sisters, so, you know, you're in her house, so now's a great time to tell this story, so you know who she is. Or the story of the Vespertine. Well, when you get to the Vespertine later on, you're gonna want to make sure you understand the backstory. I don't know about the Rose of Thorns, if that's gonna come up later in Sea of Stars. It hasn't yet. It's where I'm at. I'll try to vaguely say where I am in Sea of Stars. I just got back from an area that is the most the messenger area, where it's like instant recognition of like, oh shit, yeah, this is from the messenger. I know this area. Oh, if there's one area that I know in the messenger, it's this particular one that I went to in Sea of Stars, like, on yesterday, and yo, it's fucking dope. It's so fucking cool. I hope there's a lot more areas in Sea of Stars that are just like straight out of this game. It doesn't. You ask for a story. It's the long version of When Life Gives You Lemon. What the fuck? Since you don't seem to appreciate me sharing some clever material for your next party, I suggest you move along. Okay, so it's the same one if you ask again. Okay, she has one story here. Maybe he gets more stories later on. Alright. So now we can climb. Pretty handy. If we cut these things, can we double jump? Yes, we can. Cool. Check. These fireballs aren't projectiles, though. One thing I will say that I appreciate here is that this isn't quite like a Shovel Knight type thing. You know, when you die, the punishment is a little guy shows up and he follows you around and eats up some of your collectibles, basically. You know, it's not a big deal versus you know, Shovel Knight where it's just like a big annoying thing. I don't really like that in a platform or a game that is, you know, 2D side-scroller. I'll say a 2D side-scroller to be more generous. You know, I say, like, for me, I separate, like, Shovel Knight and, like, Ninja Gaiden type games from, like, your Marios that are just more focused on twitch reflexes and, you know, not so much on combat, per se. Oh, this is a checkpoint. But, geez, I forget what I was gonna say there. Oh, yeah, I was talking about, okay. I was talking about, types of platformers that I like. Difficulty. I don't like it in any sort of side-scroller where the punishment is, like, just to be annoyed. You know, like, in Yoshi's Island, when you lose Baby Mario and you have to, like, go get him again. That's just annoying. I'd rather just lose a health and have it so that if I lose all my health, I have to start the level over again. I think that's a better way to do it than annoying me. That's one of the reasons why, despite, like, being pretty serviceable, that's one of the things I don't like about the Yooka-Laylee 2D game. Which I will say is a lot better than the Yooka-Laylee 3D game, but still not exactly one of my all-time favorite 2D platformers. I would maybe say like 4 out of 5 for either 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5. I'd have to check what I, you know, put it as long ago when I played it. I do think in that game it's really cool how there's like 2 versions of every level. You know, which I guess, hey, you know, I don't want to give away the twist in this just quite yet, but it's funny I should mention that. There's 2 versions of every Yooka-Laylee 2D game, Impossible Layer level, and that's pretty neat to see both versions and see how they change and see how they change it up. And I think that is something that, like, 2D platformers could stand to learn something from. And it's not like Super Meat Boy style, where it's, like, easy and hard versions. It's like, nah, this one is just, like, there's no water. This one, there's high water, etc., etc. This one's on its side now, you know, so it's all twisted 90 degrees. That's pretty cool. It's just a cool way to do it. And you have to, like, interact with the map to switch between the modes. I like that. I like that a lot. Problem with Impossible Layer is that you get to the end, and it's just like a really long, painfully boring level that's like needlessly long and difficult in an annoying way. And even if you do get like extra hits from all the levels that you complete up to that point, it is still annoying and frustrating and just like a 20-minute level that you have to replay entirely if you lose all your guys, which, you know, is nothing if not maddening. Okay, let's get some upgrades here. I can get health. 2 or more. Chainmail, let's just look here. Ranged attack. I probably want a ranged attack first. Power your... Oh, yeah, let's destroy enemy projectiles. Yeah, there we go. There's no more chats with him. Cool. Oh, I can also get just more health. I'll do that. Anyway, now I can attack enemy projectiles, which, hey, I was just saying I couldn't do that. So that's fun. Yeah, part of this game feels so good. Where, like, you're attacking a guy, and since you're attacking him, you can continue to jump and stay at his level. It just feels really good. That's like the thing I would appreciate. I say I will appreciate about this game is that it, you know, has a really good idea, really good core idea that just feels good and elevates it just a scotch. I will say, Sea of Stars has like 12 ideas, where this game kind of has like 2, maybe 3. I don't know. Maybe the upgrade system constitutes an idea. But like Sea of Stars hitting me a lot harder than this one did. Anyway, since we died, we returned to a checkpoint, and Corbel has a magic ring that allows him to control time and space. I wonder if that's a thing. I wonder if that ring is a thing in the story of Sea of Stars. Probably not. I don't know. Corbel here is just going to take some collectibles from us as we platform. That's a pretty fair trade-off for, you know, a death. Just like the Mario style of... It's almost like Mario Odyssey style of, like, oh, you lose 10 coins, basically. And that's about what it is here. We lost 10 coins, except we didn't lose them so much as we're not going to get them. Very nice. Oh, weird. Oh no, I was pushing down when I jumped there. I was expected that I should go through. I do have cards for tonight. I could use them for tomorrow as well, but you know, hey, we're just playing a Twitch. I was about to say a Twitch action game. We're just playing a Twitch side-scroller here on Twitch, and also the VOD will be on YouTube later, haha. For what it's worth. Maybe it would be a great time to do some cards and talk about what's on them. There are some things that happened. Oh, hey, we can climb up walls in addition to just like, or slide down them in addition to jumping up them. I feel silly for jumping so much. Why don't we do some cards? I'll say, by the way, one last thing before we do a card. That mountain, iconic. I feel like that's an iconic mountain here in the Messenger. And not just because it's on the title screen, I guess. Here, card time, card time. Been playing Sea of Stars, whole lot of it actually. Yeah, so that's sort of gonna be a big ongoing topic of this stream. But yeah, Sea of Stars, fucking dope. I'll say like, with a game like that, I would say like my modus operandi, you know, my general way of progressing through it, would be to do an area at a time. You know, see like one major plot arc, one major area to progress through, you know, probably ending in a boss or some such, and then calling it, you know, for the time being. But with Sea of Stars, I've just been really like motivated to just crank through. The last 2 days, I've done like 3 or 4 different things per session. You know. Yeah, we're off the beating path. We got a power seal. Finding all is optional. You're like, it may unlock an overpowered upgrade. Cool. Okay. I don't think there's anything as such as a power seal in Sea of Stars, by the way. Anyway. So Tuesday, I got through like a bunch of stuff, starting near the area where you get like a the fourth party member, and I thought that was so cool. I just like trucked through straight to like the end of like a major story arc, you know, long past where like you get like a party of 4 together and you find out how that works, which I don't think it's a spoiler to say, is it? To say how like when you have 4 parties members, how that works. It's like in Chrono Trigger where you can only have 3, but it's actually pretty sick and pretty like fast and loose about it, where whenever the fuck you want, on a turn, whatever, you can switch any of your party members that are, you know, in the sidelines out for the ones that are in Hawk. And not only that, they come in on the turn you pull them in on. So you can switch them around freely without spending turns, which I was just startled by. I totally expected it to be like, either, hey, you can only have, you know, what you have is what you got. You know, I expected it to be like that. Or I expected it to be like, yeah, okay, once you switch, that's your turn. But instead, it's just like really, really slick in that you can even switch to like do a combo move, you know, as like a part of doing your combo move. Switch any member out in order to facilitate a combo move. You can switch out just to like, you know, have it so that someone with health is not in the way when enemies attack, which is pretty handy. It just is very fucking nice about that system in a way that I find it just like, oh my god, you know? Since I now just have access to more moves on demand, even without like the whole party being in play, you know, the game just gets a whole lot more deep, especially because that 4th character, I'll say, has some really fucking kick-ass and moves that lend themselves well to the action. What chest? So that's a chest that has to do with power seals. You'll need to smash 44 power seals to open that. Okay, so that means that I remember when we were at the title menu, I had 45 of them on my other file, so I have gotten it before. That's probably why that file has, 60 hours on it. I was very completionist about that. Let's talk about the level boss, hey. Almost at the end of the area, there's a giant leaf monster. Haha. Leaf monsters only come out during a full moon. Oh shit. I didn't mean to. Well, okay, good luck. So we got a leaf monster to fight. That's fun. I could get second wind. Oh, I want that. Take a hit, do an air recovery jump. Yeah, that's a thing I want. Anyway, after that, I played a bunch on Wednesday, like 3 hours worth. Again, just going through like multiple arcs, multiple areas, just seeing things through, and there's been a ton of dope stuff that's happened. I've been pretty fucking thrilled. I'm loving the game. If I had to say, I think that it does make the criteria. If I had to say, like, how much I'm loving it, I would say, like, yes, I am loving it. You know, in a practical standpoint, I like to, when I rank, I forgot I have projectiles, right, shit, shurikens. I would say Sea of Stars is a game that I am absolutely loving, and it's going to be top of my year for sure. You know, maybe not top 3 at this point, honestly. You know, like, you gotta take into account that Zelda, Pikmin, and Wonder are this year. But definitely in that echelon. And Venba, I would have to say, I think above Venba and above, maybe it's weird to do, like, Game of the Year type rankings this early on. I will say I'm feeling stronger about this than I felt about Vemba, and also than I felt about, there was another game that I really loved earlier in the year, A Space for the Unbound. I would put Sea of Stars above A Space for the Unbound. Is it the best Game Pass game out this year? Trying to think what else has come out on Game Pass. Sea of Stars, Vemba. Yeah, it's better than Vemba. And the rest of them are Nintendo games. So yeah. Definitely my favorite Game Pass game of the year thus far. And I'll say again, for those who don't know what's up with Sea of Stars, what exactly, like, makes it different from Chrono Trigger, you know, what innovations it brings to bear. Let me talk about that then. One of the things is that, for a start, okay, so in the world, for a start, there is, like, action commands, right? Sort of in a Paper Mario type style, though not quite Paper Mario quality, I would say. Like, it's more like Mario RPG than it is like Paper Mario, in terms of, like, how good the action commands feel. But that's kind of just, like, a little bit of sugar, you know, on top of a already great, game, combat-wise, goes. One of the killer things that Sea of Stars does is that, there's a whole system where enemies are casting spells, where whenever they are about to cast a dangerous spell, you'll know, like, how many turns until they cast it. And also, there'll be a number of, hey, we did it. There'll be a number of, like, locks next to their name, next to them in the battlefield. And, if you hit them with enough attacks matching those locks, they will die, you know? Or not they will die, they will stop doing the spell. The spell will be canceled, which is just, like, a really interesting way to make it so that you can mitigate damage by doing things other than simply, you know, killing the enemy fast. And I think that really helps for, like, boss fights. Another thing that really helps for, like, boss fights and such is that, oh, hey, there's crystals, and the crystals have time in it. I feel like this will be important. That might be how the crystals, if there are these crystals in Sea of Stars, that might be how they manifest as, like, big solid objects. I've seen crystals that I don't know what to do with. I don't think they're orange, though. Another thing that's great about Sea of Stars is the way it handles, like, being knocked out. When you take lethal damage, when a party member takes lethal damage, they go down, and, like, stars swing across their head, go across their head like cartoons. And that represents how many turns until they get up with half health. Which means that they will, you know, you just have to hold out until they come back to life, and you don't have to burn an item every time someone dies. Which is pretty fucking cool, I'll say. And makes for a very, like, a very well put together, like, it makes for stressful moments that are, like, you can get past them if you just hold the fuck out. Or manage your guys properly. Which I think is really cool. That and the way mana works, where it's just... that and the way that, like, the final thing I'll say about Sea of Stars combat is that when you do basic attacks, right? Regular basic attacks. It's, one, it gives you mana back, which is pretty important for casting spells. And two, it puts, like, fairy dust into the world, and you can use those fairy dust to empower later moves and put, like, fire damage on them, or put, like, a little extra mustard on them, which is pretty cool. You know, it's pretty cool to have a system whereby, like, oh, spells are important, but also basic attacks are important as well. You know, it's not just that they're the attacks you do when you're out of mana. It's like, no, by doing this, I am giving myself resources that I can use to empower later attacks. You know, I might even do a basic attack instead of a magic attack, even if I have the mana, just to, like, set things up well enough. And that ties in with the lock system for, like, you know, basically if a enemy is like, okay, you need to do 2 blunt attacks, 2 sword attacks, and a fire attack, you can basically be like, okay, with my first attack, and in the next 2 turns to shut down my spell, you can be like, okay, with my first attack, I'm gonna attack regularly with my monk lady, and that's gonna be 2 blunt, and then I'm going to empower my fire guy, my blade dancer, and he's going to now do his 2 sword attacks, but also it's gonna do fire damage, so meets the other criteria. You know, it's stuff like that, which makes it feel like you're always like making tactical decisions in Sea of Stars. It's fucking great. Anyway, really enjoying that game, and it's also really beautiful, and the world is just weird and mysterious, and feels like there's a lot going on. I don't have enough to buy anything here, but I can chat with this guy about the current area. Let's do that. Anyway, Sea of Stars. Sure, I'll be talking about it for a while, or until I finish it, I guess. This is the Forlorn Temple. I don't think I've gotten to the point in Sea of Stars where you find the exact whole continent, the whole, like, island area where this game takes place, but I really hope to see the Forlorn Temple in Sea of Stars. What's up with the Forlorn Temple? They're a 4-headed monster that killed you earlier. If that cooler than you hero hadn't intervened, that seems like some biased storytelling. I wonder why this guy is so in favor, haha, of the Western hero. That's the Demon King. He brought his armies here centuries ago, destroyed their stronghold, forcing them to retreat into hiding. He's been sitting on the throne ever since. This is all that's left of the human legacy, for what it's worth. I'll go take him down. You and me the first to try. Well, whatever, man. Still too weak? Okay, that's fair. We're gonna do it, though. Any stories to share? Okay. Again, I'm curious if this story will have anything to do with Sea of Stars. Let's see. There once was a princess looking for a suitable husband. I don't think I've heard anything like this in Sea of Stars. I don't even know if there are princes and princesses in Sea of Stars. Definitely not. You will be my guest tonight, the princess would explain. All I needed you to do is sleep on that pile of mattresses. She would ask them how their night was. Yeah, we've all heard this story. I had the best sleep of my life. Proved they didn't fear the dark, or that it would be easy guess. This is the P story. He couldn't sleep at all. I don't know what's up with that pile of mattresses. Looked comfortable enough, but, like I had a fork stuck in me. I got married the next day. Everyone knows that story, yeah, the pee under the pile. Yes, but have you ever heard what happened after? No. The prince would always complain. Just the guy she asked for. When the soup wasn't too hot, it was the cutlery that was too cold. When the music wasn't too loud, it was the paintings were uninspired. When the clothes weren't itchy, the poems were predictable. Till one day, it dawned on the princess that she was in a toxic relationship. Okay. Not only was her husband a drag, but she had voluntarily picked him for exactly that reason. It dawned on her just like that. This whole love story was no more than 2 people whose dysfunctions matched like puzzle pieces. Incredibly humble by regal standards. She realized that she was the only constant in all her problems. Delved into personal growth, and then got a divorce. Happily ever after the end. Okay. That's a fun read on that story that everyone's heard a million times. Is it The Princess and the Pea what it's called? Doesn't matter. Okay, hang on. Okay, I thought that was gonna be death. Okay. I thought I would need to, like, get a glide upgrade or something. Okay, mole guys. Hey, you know what? Sea of Stars has mole guys. Or these frog guys. Maybe these guys aren't moles. What kind of creatures? Okay, are you mole guys? I've seen mole guys in Sea of Stars. A phobikin. Okay, that's not the case as Sea of Stars. They are not named after fear. I don't think these are the mole guys that I know in Sea of Stars. A new level. Cool. Anyway, that's Sea of Stars, talking about that. I'm sure I'll talk about that a lot more as we, like, you know, see more things that make me think, like, oh. Sea of Stars did a reference to this in here at this point. But there are stuff that's happening in the world that I can talk about as well. Like, you know, hey, did you know that today there were, like, multiple press conferences? Multiple routes? I'll say again, I kind of want to do this like, I want to get to the twist. I want to show y'all the twist and like play some post-twist, so, you know, if we can get through this game in like a efficient manner, I think that would be cool. Hey, should we talk about elephant in the room? I suppose, actually, that's not true, because there was no Mario Direct in this, there was no Mario Wonder in this Direct. So no elephants in our room, except in the, like, you know, general recap at the end, where they're like, okay, here's a trailer of all the games that are coming out. Other than the last game, which, yo. Here's the card. Hey, did you watch that Nintendo Direct? There's the Splatoon thing at the start. Mario vs. Donkey Kong. I'll say I missed, like, the start of the Direct, but I did catch it later and found, like, okay, Splatoon. Nothing really interesting there. There were a bunch of details from stuff that we had heard about before. Like, that Peach game seems like it'll be okay. I kind of have my misgivings about making Peach into, like, a Barbie-like character, you know, dressing up and shit. Like, that to me does not seem anywhere like... It's still a little bit, gender, you know? It's a little bit like, oh, dress up is for girls. You know, in the same way that, like, it's better than saying, like, oh, crying is for girls. But it's not that much better in my books. I don't know. I'm a little bit weirded out by that. Luigi's Mansion was there. WarioWare was there. Luigi's Mansion 2 still looks like Luigi's Mansion 2, and WarioWare looks pretty fun. There was some notable third-party stuff that, you know, we've all forgotten by now. Like, there was the Eastward DLC, a sequel to some game. I've forgotten most of it, but it did seem notable at the time for like a half a second before forgetting it. You know, forgetting all those third-party stuff that was mostly pretty boring with a few things that make you go like, okay, I like that first game. Or, people like that first game. Not me, perhaps, but sure, okay. Whatever. F-Zero 99, hey, brand new F-Zero game. And it's a Battle Royale, that's pretty sick. I played a little bit of that before the stream. Seems good. Diddy and Funky added to Mario Kart, fucking finally. I am really glad for that. I would have liked Dixie more than not Pauline. I would like Dixie more than... I would have liked it if Dixie got in over, Peachette, honestly. And finally, the Piece de la Resistance, TTY HD, which, fucking, wow, man. Cutscene here, very important. What the hell? There's a wizard who's putting stuff in the world. There is a lot of magic going on in Sea of Stars. I don't know, like, how wizards exactly do. You know, there's elemental magic, there's normal people, and there's also, like, wizards and, wind mages and other such things. and people with magic daggers that let them teleport. People who teleport around, whatever. Anyway, I was pretty like bored by the end of the direct. I'm pretty much going like, okay, well, the only major announcement that's been here has been a remake of Mario and Luigi. Or sorry, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, which is like a very okay game to begin with. And then they announced TTYD, which, fuck, wow, yes. TTYD is like literally in my top 5 games of all time. It has been, we have been unable to play it except for on a GameCube for the last 20 years, or Wii, I guess. For the last 20 years, and finally it is coming to Switch, and they remade it from the top down. I was a little concerned, I was a little worried, but, I guess what I said when Mario RPG came out, and it was like loyal to the style of that game, is like, okay, you know what, they're going to actually do good by it. And sure enough, it looks like they have. It doesn't do the white outline thing, which I thank God, I hate the white outline thing. I just want it to look like the original Paper Mario. I hate the white outlines, and they didn't do that. They look a little different, but they do look a little more papery, I guess. A little more cardboardy than they did before, which, I think that is fine. I think that is all fine and good. Tell me about the Demon King. Did you manage to save the world? Not fair, the bridge was in shambles. Well, you wouldn't have much of an adventure if you faced off right away. Sure, okay. You're in the catacombs. Pretty standard stuff. Skeletons, bats, evil wizards. A necromancer took over. Cliched. There is a necromancer in Sea of Stars, but I don't think it's the same. I don't think it's the same one. That'd be quite a coincidence if it was. And it'd be a cool one. You know what I'll say, if we do find out more about that necromancer and it seems to line up, I will go, ooh. This guy studies magic, cannot be taught. Learning magic is a lot harder than following a conversation. Give me a story, man. Poor old lady that had nothing in her life. Small shack and a pear tree. Madam Misery. Okay. Fed a beggar. The beggar was a deity. Touched by Madam Misery's generosity, he offered a wish. He didn't want anything, and it's more about living frugally. No, this is good. She mentioned a lot of people were stealing her fruits, which jeopardized her chance to eat every day. An enchantment on her pear tree that would trap anyone who stole from it until she decided to free them. Jesus. Time wet, she scolded many thieves, but soon realized that most of them were starving children. She decided to take it upon herself to feed and educate them, and soon became a pillar of a thriving new generation. Happy and generous, Madam Misery got so old that her face looked like an elephant's knee. Death came for her. Death inquired about her last request. Death, I think, in the lore in Sea of Stars, is a lady. I wonder if that's the case here. I would like to eat one last pear from my tree. Would you be kind enough to grab one for me? Ah! The old lady decided to never let death out of the trap, and since then, there has been misery in the world. Ah ha ha. That's funny. Generosity beats misery? I don't know if there is a moral. I think that's just historic fact. I'm gonna move down here because I just realized that I'm covering up my health meter. It's just a fairy tale, dude. Relax about it. That's actually kind of similar to the fable in the other game of the rose. That also was a thing involving death. Can I just say the Fable? Can I just say the Fable in Sea of Stars with the rose? It hasn't come up, like, I haven't seen an actual rose yet. I don't know if it's a real thing or just a story someone told. If it's going to be like the next arc or whatever, as some of the previous, like, stories have been. But the story basically goes that there's a rose, and it was so beautiful that not even death would want to pick it. But it was subsequently cursed such that, and you can use it to evade death in that way, you know, by, we don't really want this. We should focus on just moving forward. Since death, since it was so beautiful that it would not be, like, picked or whatever, holding on to it allows you evade death for an extra year, basically, or like a year for every second you spend holding on to it. But the thing is, it's sort of a trap, because when you hold on to it for a second, every second that you hold on to it, you grow like a thorn somewhere on your body, like out of a bone, which turns out is a very painful thing. And most people realize that they have just fucked themselves for life and let go of it after a second. You know, gaining a year, but also gaining something that'll hurt them with every motion they make. Whereas others just, like, hold onto it for dear life and become things that do not necessarily, you know, resemble humans no more. Cool story. Anyway, I should get back to, like, talking about Thousand Year Door. I think they've done it. I think they are true enough to the style. It looks good. Honestly, it looks like they've done a lot more, like, chrome around, like, special moves and stuff. You know, which I think is very heartening, considering that it's been a while since they had, like, one of these games that even fucking had special moves. For them to do it, like, you know, for that to be the place where they make their improvements, it's like, okay, that's fair, yeah. Previously, it just was like a big A button, and you could definitely put some more wrapping around that, and it'll be fine, it'll be good. I'm really looking forward to that, like, let's say 100 times more than Mario RPG, on account of, you know, Mario Thousand Year Door is more. I'm not really the biggest Mario RPG fan, but I adore Thousand Year Door. It's like one of my top 5 favorite games of all time. I think that is just gonna be so cool to have, and I will definitely replay that. That won't be a stream thing, I will say. Mostly on account of... Is this a pit, or is this something down here? It's a pit. Mostly on account of, the fact that I have done a full playthrough of Mario Thousand Year Door, Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, on the channel, like, last year. You know, within, like, the first year of me streaming. So, really wouldn't do to do a second playthrough on stream. But I will definitely play through that off-air in its entirety. That'll be dope as hell. We're looking forward to that. Maybe I'll do like maybe I'll do like what I've been doing recently and like do the first night that I get it on stream, and then from then on out just do it off air. I find that's a good way to go about it, you know, just have like one quick check-in, or like, you know, hey, here's me playing this game for the first time. Seems dope. But, you know, I'm not gonna schedule every time I play this game. Oh, fuck! This enemy is 100% in Sea of Stars. That wizard is in Sea of Stars. In the Necromancer. In an area where a Necromancer is. Are these guys also... Wait. Are those guys also in Sea of Stars? The green guys? They look a little familiar. No, it's like zombies. That area other than the wizard guys. But these guys, they do like cast like, you know, they have like 3 projectiles. There's 3 party members. They absolutely do that. And when you're on like the overworld, they like shoot 3 things at you, which you can dodge if you like, which is pretty cool. You know, makes for a little bit of challenge if you want to like, you know, avoid combat or something. Which, you know, sometimes you do want to do. I don't think necessarily any of these other ones are like popping out at me. But that wizard guy, 100%. He's in there. I'm so glad they got it right and they didn't screw it up. They didn't like color splash it, Origami King it. You know, they didn't. The white outline's not there. The characters are still the characters. It's faithful, and well, that's exactly what I was asking for. Honestly, I could have gone with just a straight. I could have gone for just a straight like conversion, like Pikmin 1 and 2 were. You know, just literally take the old game and put it on the Switch. Don't need to do anything else, but it fucking looks good, and I can't complain. I will 100%, 1000% be buying that once you can buy it. I don't care how much it is. I'm gonna use the voucher thing in any case, so it doesn't matter how much it'll be. That game is gonna be great. Really looking forward to it. We reset this room. Let's reset. Wait a minute. Ah! Okay, that's easier than I thought. Okay. Jinxed myself there. Whatever. Ugh. Anyway, that's my thoughts on the Nintendo Direct. For a Direct, I thought it was pretty middling. Even with the announcement of like a remake of one of my favorite games of all time, I think there could have been more there. I was really hoping for like Mario Party 3 to be released, or at the very least like a release date for Mario Party 3 on Switch, which has been announced for like a year now, and still no word of like when it'll be out. Or if not that, like some other N64 Online announcements would have been nice, like more rare games, something of the sorts, like Donkey Kong 64, Banjo-Tooie, Diddy Kong Racing. Those 3 in particular, I would really like to see come to N64 Online. But whatever, it's all good. Even with Thousand Year Door, you gotta just look at a Direct where like the only announcements are like 2. There's only 2 real announcements, and both of them are of like you know, remix of games that already existed. You know, one of them is like one of the best of all time, and the other one is just like, oh, it's okay. It was a fun GBA game. I remember like being in a Kohl's, reading the manual for that, you know, shortly after I got it. You know, before I got it home, you know how it was. When you got a game and, you know, your mom wanted to go to Kohl's to shop. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna have to wait until I get home to play this Mario vs. Donkey Kong. And then you get home and it's okay. It's all very alright video game. We're at the level boss again, the Necromancer. Very little is known about this villain. Dodge evil magic. Look through the inventory for upgrades. This Necromancer is a newcomer. Okay, he plans on taking over the world. Okay. Newcomer. This is not the same one from Sea of Stars. It's also worth noting that Sea of Stars is like probably thousands, eons before this, so it would have to be one hell of a long-living Necromancer for that to be the thing. All we know? Sorry, I meant all I know. Totally on my own. Not important, yeah. This guy is totally on his own. But also, it's okay to use the Royal We. I like to use the Royal We. It's fun. Enemies will drop health. Okay. Well, I don't use the projectiles near enough, so recharging them is not going to be the thing quite yet. I'm going to focus on the other thing for now. Health. Overall, I'd say the Direct was okay. You know, the announcements were remakes, and even if one of the remakes is one of my favorites ever, one of my 5 favorite games ever, you know, it doesn't really amount to much compared to, like, announcing Wonder, or, like, some sort of Zelda thing, or, you know, Pikmin 4. Why is, when you think you get to play with your evil lab, do I have to remind you who is in charge here? So, the Necromancer isn't the real bad guy here. The staff is, then. The Necromancer is short. Maybe the staff is the same, has like a connection to Sea of Stars, and the Necromancer in that, I wonder. I played that part of Sea of Stars the other day. I don't remember if it quite... I can't remember, like, if... Are those things part of the Necromancer in that's appearance? The like, ear things? The croissants that are on that staff's end? Whatever the fuck. Are those, like, part of the Necromancer... of the character in Sea of Stars? Hang on, let me Google. I'm gonna Google real fast on my phone, just Sea of Stars Necromancer, and hope to not get any, like, spoilers beyond what I've done, because I'm curious. Necromancer. Okay, I'm seeing some stuff. Let me do boss. Boss, give me the boss fight. No, not really. More of a Rose motif. Should I say stuff like that? Maybe I shouldn't say stuff like that. Okay. Not at all. Not at all, no connection. Okay, cool. Just curious and all. Maybe the attacks are similar, on account they're both necromancers in the same world. Like maybe this green haze thing. But I don't recall a green buckshot in particular. If this guy summons any minions, that might be a clue. That'd be a cool... Hey, that's a cool thing for a necromancer to do. In general, you know, summon undead. We are getting worked a little bit, but also this guy is flashing red. Which is usually a good sign, I'll say, hey. Oh, under the platform for this pattern. Okay. We got 1 health left, so important to be good right now. There we go. There gonna be a secondary fight with the staff, or what? I yield. Don't! This evil thing is not working out for us, no matter how many skills we slap on. I don't know, let's do something else. Introspection. I'm sticking to evil. That's a good point. Okay, cool. That's fine with me. Carry on. Alright. Fuck. That guy's gonna be cool. Ooh, I love this. I love this aesthetic, the Bamboo Creek. Ooh. This area is beautiful. Alright, hey, we made it to the second area of the game. I love this bamboo shit. Kind of... You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of, Mario Land. Just played that, like, a month ago, a couple months ago. On the 4th of July, we did, like, a Mario, 2D Mario, playing through a bunch of those stream. And one of those was, Mario Land. Which I'll say I didn't really love. Was the physics were just, like, too far off from normal to be, like, manageable for me. Like, there were just too many sections where I was just, like, constantly having to, like, do save states to get through. But it was a cool-looking game for its time, and I do think that the... Was it a bamboo area, or was, like, a graveyard area? Like a Japanese graveyard, bamboo grove type. Whatever, in any case, kind of reminds me of that, and it looks really nice. That's a pit, don't jump into it. Okay, I've learned my lesson. I'm not really going for like 100% here anyway. I'm just trying to, you know, see as much of the story as possible for the purposes of refreshing onto Sea of Stars. I'm really curious in Sea of Stars. I'll say I've gotten like the, you know, the 4th party member. I'm pretty sure there's 5. I'm pretty sure based on the menu, which you can see from the start of the game, so it's not really a spoiler. I'm pretty sure there's 5, so, or maybe 6. So I'm very curious, like, who the last member is going to be. I hope there's 6. If it's possible that there's 6, I would love that. There is a spot on the menu for a 6th one, but it's sort of like for the cargo, which is to say characters who are not combatants, you know. We're just like tagging along in your inventory, basically. You know, for story purposes and all that. What's this dude's deal? I don't know, but we don't have to fight him. We can just walk on. I bet this way is going to be the way forward, so let's go this way. I'm very curious, like, what elements they'll have. Probably another element will be added with them. What other things they bring to the table. I hope there's a 5th and a 6th. But also, I am probably nearing, like, either the end of the game or, like, a major shoe dropping. You know? In either case, you know, we need to start, you know, if I'm heading to, like, the Chrono Trigger, you know, the Chrono Trigger endgame thing, you know, where there's a point in Chrono Trigger where, like, oh, something happens, and then you have, like, 10 side quests you can do in any order you please. If we're heading towards that point, if that is how this game operates, then I think that would be very cool. But we need to get our party together before we get to that, like, branching out point. If that is how it's gonna roll. But maybe it's not gonna roll that way. We don't have enough for upgrades, but we do have time to chat. Perfect. Bamboo tree. Yeah, that's tight for sore eyes after the trek in the catacombs. Yeah, it looks really nice. This place is as close to a day off as you'll get as an adventurer. Yeah, it's a really nice area. Time shards. What are these crystals? Touch the unidentified magic objects first and ask question later kind of guy. They're time shards. You can use them to augment abilities. How do they work? You select what you want and give you the required amount of shards. I meant the spell itself. It's complicated. Give me a story. Give me a story. Alright, no story here. Play outside. No story for this area. It's a good little time saver in the writing room, I guess. No, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool. I think it's funny. Probably took them a while to figure out, like, yeah, let's just make a joke here instead of having a story. They might even have a story. Probably wasn't even saving time, necessarily. Alright, we're making good, Okay, spikes do more damage than one, I guess. Cool. We're making good time here, I think. I think there's like 5 or 6 levels, and we're on like the 3rd one? About an hour and a half in, but no, that's including the preamble and the part where I'm just like talking and, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm willing to go for a bit longer, like a whole lot. For like a fair amount longer. I think we'll be able to get to like the twist here. Now this is in the moment me refreshing myself by playing this game. Well, these are cool enemies. So, you know, I don't have like if I had done this ahead of time, right? Maybe I would have prepared like, here's a save file right at the pivotal point, and here's a save file later on. But like, A, this is Switch. B, you know, I probably wouldn't want to just play through the game entirely to make those save files, and also C, I probably would have to like delete my my original file, which is you know, is 100%. So I really don't want to give that up. So I went through and got all the collectibles in that. Oop. I fell. Now seems like a great time. Maybe touch on the other thing. The other major press conference show thing that happened today. It wasn't just Nintendo, it turns out. Nintendo is all what leaked. But soon after Nintendo announced, Sony was like, hey, we got one too. Hey, look, we have a state of play. A state of the union here. And, yeah, what exactly was announced at that State of the Union? State of Play? Sony Direct? Well, no big announcements. Very boring. There was a trailer for Spider-Man 2. Still looks good. Final Fantasy, if you like that, whatever, not for me. No interest whatsoever. Makes the Nintendo Direct look good. That was my thought. Kind of watching the Sony Direct, like half watching it. Just like, okay, you know, if Nintendo had a whole lot of nothing and also like a couple of big like remakes as their like anchors. Sony had just like jack shit other than like, oh, here's a trailer for the game that's coming out in like a month from now. It's like, okay. Yeah, okay, there'll be costumes, just like in the last two. Yes, I know. Just like in the first 2 Spider-Man games, there will be costumes. Okay. That is not really news. And also, there will be combat, and it'll look nice, and, you know, it's Spider-Man. I don't know, that's really all I got from the Spider-Man portion of that stream. There were games announced and stuff, but nothing that really, like, speaks to me. I just found to be kind of a waste of time. Just like every Sony press conference is, on a general level. I feel like they just really don't put together press conferences that that have what I want, which I guess is new Nintendo games. I guess it's like an unannounced game that looks like it's up my alley, which, you know, look, it's not impossible for Sony to have that, but they generally don't. I guess. And, like, even if there was, like, a nostalgic, like, franchise coming back to hang their hat on, you know, a lot of those I don't really care about, you know? Like, what Sony franchises would I be interested in if they were to come back right now? I like Infamous a lot. I'd be interested in that. I'd probably play a new God of War, but, I'm pretty mid on the last few. I was pretty mid on Ragnarok, and I liked the first one well enough, but I don't know. It's just more mid on Ragnarok, I guess. Maybe just the weight of expectations that everyone had for it, and you know, the weight of reactions of other people, I guess, maybe. Like, it seems like everyone else really loved Ragnarok, but I was just very middle of the road for me. It's, you know, it's a podcast that I listen to, Fire Escape, you know, which has Dan Reichert, Mike Mahardy, a couple other people that I know that, not know, but that I follow from parasocially. And, you know, in that sense of the word. They had a Game of the Year category where the category was, it's not poop, and that's sort of my take on God of War Ragnarok. Like, yeah, it's not bad, but it's fine. But it's not like the best thing in the world like some people make it out to be. I don't know. Different strokes, I guess. There are also people out there who like Starfield, surprisingly. You know? Couldn't be me. Oh, hey, the boss is here. Center gate, symmetrical lanterns, no scrolling. Would you fight a boss on your day off? That's fair. So there shouldn't be a boss here. Okay, fine with that. If that's the case, I suspect he might be pulling my leg. Oh, no, hey, this... totally just a waterfall we jumped down. No boss. Okay, shit. I don't think there's been anything like that in Sea of Stars where... Well, actually, no. There is an area where I just got to the top. Maybe I should be more vague. I got to the end of an area, and there wasn't a boss, but instead just plot stuff. So it can happen. It's just usually you expect to see a boss at the end of an area. Huh. You know, I bet most people don't believe him when he says that. But, yeah. On to the next area here, which was, what was it? We don't have, like, a map, I guess. I could exit and re-enter to see what the name is. It doesn't matter. We'll talk to the guy when we get to a checkpoint. When we get to a shop, you know? Like some sort of grotto. New item. Time for a new item here. I fell in a pit. Gap way too wide. Long time ago, warriors of the squirrels clan invented a way to soar through the skies. They would glide. Anyway, here's a wingsuit. Right. I don't think the Squirrel Clan has come up in Sea of Stars. I don't think that's a thing in Sea of Stars. Anyway, I was pretty bored during the Sony Direct. Not for me, I guess. What other Sony games would I be excited for? Let me Google, like, what are the top Sony I liked some of the Uncharted's. I liked the Last of Us game, Last of Us? Yeah, Last of Us 2, pretty good games. I would say like I'm a little more mixed on them than most people, I think. Well, I think 2 was like mixed for a lot of people. I really liked the back half of 2. I thought the back half of 2 was extraordinarily good, but the first half just felt like setup for the second half, which, you know, was just something to be pushed through, you know, which not how I wanted it, you know. Let me see here. God of War, Ratchet and Clank. The last Ratchet and Clank was okay, I guess. I wouldn't be necessarily excited for another one. That's the only one I played. I only played Rift in Time. I've never played an Ape Escape. Little Big Planet, I think, is actively bad. Resistance, I've never played, but I always thought it looked kind of bad. Never played a Wipeout. I don't think Tekken is... Okay, Google, I don't think Tekken is Sony. Tekken, I think, is on everything. So, what the fuck? Men in Black, also not Sony. PlayStation franchises from sources around the web. Jesus. Sometimes these results suck. I've never played Gravity Rush, and also I don't think most people have. Tomb Raider is not Sony. Come on. You have God of War and also God of War Ragnarok on this list. Google, get it together. Okay, Sony Pictures. Okay, no. Sony Interactive Entertainment. Let me look through this. Ape Escape, Arc the Lag, Astrobox, ATV Off-Road Fury, Buzz, Gran Turismo, don't like racing games, Horizon, meh, Infamous, that's one I like, Killzone, never played it, no interest, MLB, nah, don't like baseball that much, in general, and also, you know, enough to play a game or watch one or do anything of the sort. Wonder Book, Wipeout again. Uncharted. I like Uncharted. Oh, these are subcategories. Weird. Okay, there's a more like Fat Princess, Gravity Rush, Gran Turismo, Klonoa. Never played Klonoa. Never played the Patapon games. Sly Cooper, never played those. I would like to. I'd like to play Sly Cooper. Tearaway, I played Tearaway. It was okay. I guess I don't have that much of an attachment. That many Sony franchises, actually. Like, the only one that comes to mind, hello, Lord Bowser, is Infamous. I really like Infamous a whole lot. Let me see the Sony All-Stars roster. Maybe that's a good place to see, like, what they think their crew is. Sly Cooper, Kratos, Flat Princess, Nathan Drake. Okay, you know, Uncharted and Last of Us. I have a connection to those two. Like, you know, decent connection to them. Not exactly the strongest one. I've never played Sweet Tooth. I've never played that game with the car combat. What's that called? What is that driving game where you drive around and you shoot stuff called? Never played that. Parappa, never played Parappa the Rapper. Nariko from Heavenly Blade, never played that. Buzz, wait a minute. This is PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale characters from sources around the web, and it includes stuff such as Devil May Cry and Buzz. I'm pretty sure Buzz is not in that game. And Devil May Cry is not a character. Look at the fucking wiki. That'll get us an actual result. So Sweet Tooth, yeah. God of War, Parappa, Nathan Drake, Killzone, Sly, Uncharted, Infamous, Sly and Daxter. Never played a Sly and Daxter game. Jack and Daxter game. Jeez. BioShock is multi-platform, doesn't count. Metal Gear also doesn't count. Though I haven't played a game of that. Ape Escape, never played it. Yeah, I don't think... I guess Isaac Clarke is in All-Stars, huh? Starhawk. Dead Space. Dead Space is, again, a third-party character. Oh, there were canceled playable characters. Huh. Weird. Not important. Okay, let's enough diversion. I was just curious and trying to think of, like, PlayStation games that I liked. You know, I guess if I'm just talking, like, games that were on PlayStation, I would say something like, oh yeah, Persona was always a reason to get a PlayStation. And also, Like a Dragon in Yakuza. But those games are now on Xbox and, you know, also on Game Pass, so in some cases, actually, or some of the Like a Dragon games are on Game Pass, right? I think they are. So it doesn't really quite apply anymore. You know, Microsoft has went and grabbed those. And I think that's good for them, I'll say. Wingsuit. Tell me about Wingsuit. Use it by hitting B. It's mandatory for progression. You can't save the world if you're stuck in a pit. There's only one way to find out. Just keep playing it. Yes. What's up with the current area? This is the Howling Grotto. That's not how you say grotto. The Howling Grotto. Grotto. Howling Grotto. Some cave-dwelling creatures used to a long time ago. They built structures and believed that the wind was the breath of God. That's not unlike a thing in Sea of Stars, where the wind plays music for like a whole thing. It's a little piece of lore that comes into play a bit later on. And nothing other than its gliding time. I don't have enough contextual data. I meant to say something that would make sense regardless of whether you already used the wingsuit to ride the wind tunnels. Did I see the direct? Yeah, I did. That was pretty good. I'm really excited for TTYD. I love TTYD. Top 5 video games. Also, Diddy and Funky Kong. Yeah, that's exactly characters I wanted. Would have liked Dixie Kong over Toadette. Or Peachette, honestly, but it's fine. I'll take it. I also saw the Sony press conference, which is why I was talking about Sony franchises. Wasn't so into that one. Pretty boring. There was once a king who had problems with his emotions. He would either feel too excited or too depressed. Just when he's about to lose all hope of getting his life together, he was visited by a relic hunter. Those are also good games, Lord Bowser. To rid the king of his woes, the relic hunter gave him a magic ring, providing it would make him sad whenever he's happy and happy when he's sad. It worked like a literal charm. The kingdom became prosperous. The wizards grabbed the ring to try to understand the source of power. Turned out the ring wasn't magic at all. But how can a non-magic ring make you sad when you're happy and happy when you're sad? It was placebo effect. It has small inscription that read, "'Tis too shall pass." That is deep, actually. It's more than deep. I just gave you the cure for anxiety through a fairy tale. Hey, thanks, dude. Whatever. I'll say I wasn't a big fan of the second Luigi's Mansion, so that doesn't do much for me. You know, I'm not gonna get it. And I'll say I'm kind of still skeptical about Princess Peach. You know, I think it is cool that she's like doing like a Toad or like a Kirby type thing a little bit, but also I do worry that like a thought occurs that this is kind of like leaning into like Barbie territory, right? Which is to say that like it's not that much different from saying like, oh, you know, girls cry, so we should make a game where Peach cries. You know, she is still doing a stereotypically girl thing, you know, in this new game. Which makes me go like, I don't know. But, whatever, man. The Barbie movie was very popular, I guess. Everyone's cool with that right now. You know, a little bit. It's okay to be a little bit, to lean into that right now, I suppose. Seems a little bit like girls be dressing up, you know? It's better than girls be shopping. You're so glad you did your first Twitch stream today, Lord Bowser? Oh, that's nice. That's cool. What did you stream? I thought you said Tears of the Kingdom there instead of today. That's how I read that typo. Mario Maker? Oh, well, that makes sense. That is sort of your main jam, as is mine. I do like to do other things, though, you know, when I'm not playing Mario Maker or streaming it. Personally, you know, I like to get up to a variety of things. In general. What was it, like making, or did you do viewer levels? You were building. Ah, okay. That's cool. I'll say in my experience, as far as, like, making goes, there's not that much of a viewership, perhaps, or, like, that many people looking for, like, making streams to watch. But, the VODs for my streams of those do pretty well. You will never do viewer levels. Honestly, I'll tell you, like, when I first, like, streamed Mario Maker, I was a little bit, resistant to doing, like, viewer levels until I said, like, wait a minute. That's where the, I don't want to say the money is at, but that's where, you know, you want to build. That's where you gotta go. You know, that's the main attraction. You know? I guess part of me was like, okay, I'm just gonna stream myself making, and that'll be it. Some people will come by, and, you know, I realized, like, oh, well, seems like there's a pretty good chance of that, not really being all that, like, common for people to look for. I mean, I'll say, like, those streams don't do much better even today, like, the making specific ones, but, you know, I kind of feel like it's more interesting for, like, posterity purposes rather than, like, and as an entertainment as well. I don't know. It is Thursday, and you build on Thursdays and Saturdays. Oh, I didn't know you had such, like, you had already a schedule for that. I guess if you have a schedule for that, that makes it easy, you know, to, like, transition into. Like, okay, you're just gonna stream the things you're already doing on a regular basis. I tend to just make whenever I feel the inspiration, you know, whenever I get the, you know, the urge, in other words. Probably part of why my levels take a while to get done is that, like, I'm waiting for inspiration, I'm waiting for the ideas to come together, etc. Oh, I just noticed something. These dust guys, they're really reminiscent of an enemy I saw in Sea of Stars that also seemed to do, like, a beatboxing thing between attacks, between throwing stuff. Wasn't a mud guy, the Sea of Stars enemy, but there's probably the Sea of Stars enemy in a later area of this game. I bet. I bet you it's not a matter of, like... I bet you it's just a matter of, like, not having gotten to that area that I saw that enemy in. In fact, I bet that all the enemies in that area that is totally from this game is totally gonna be... I'm gonna see a lot of enemies that make me go like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, I recognize that one from playing Sea of Stars. And that's going to be very cool for me. Usually make the ideas happen, and the levels turn out amazing. Good to be you, man. I'll say, I will say on the level making, you know, I'm just now finished with the next level. I'm going to be putting that up during tomorrow's stream. Which, you know, hey, check it out when that stream happens. Play it then. But, I think my work is a little bit, I feel like the next level I had in mind, which is going to be called, like, Pokey Pressure, I feel like that's going to be, non-viable. I feel like my idea is just, not going to be work for a variety of technical reasons. The one that I had in mind previously, so pretty sure I'll have to come up with something fresh, which, you know, I think that is a fun thing to do in general, to have, like, you know, all the room in the world to, like, come up with something exciting and fresh. But, you know, that means I'm gonna have to come up with something on the fly rather than doing whatever I had planned ahead for, like, the last year. We'll see how that goes. Maybe... I guess I don't know, like, how exactly that stream's gonna go, right? Like, if we're just talking about, like, I usually do a stream where I like, launch a new level, you know, as development on it starts. But if I have no ideas for it yet, what are we just, like, brainstorming, like, different sky-based level ideas? Also, it will be you. It'll be new you, so... the sky theme in New You is sort of more of a mountain theme, so maybe we'll use a different theme than Cloud. Maybe we'll use, like, airship or something. Maybe it should be the airship level. Actually, the airship level is planned to be the dark level, is the thing, and maybe dark is... Well, first off, I've already done a ghost house level in New You, and part of me does think, like, well, I'd like to give the second ghost house in the third ghost house in the super world. There's been 3 of them. There's been 2 of them so far, I think. I think 2. I'd like to give the third one to something that isn't one of the 2 previous ones, but I also haven't done a Sky Super Mario Bros. 3 level, so maybe the Super Mario Bros. 3 level should be a Sky level. I don't know. We'll think about it. You know, this is the sort of thing where it's best, in some cases, to play it by ear and do whatever makes sense in the circumstances. I'm maybe gonna save up for... no, we'll get that. Fuck saving up. We're at the level boss. Hey, very cool. Someone who understands the defense is a good defense. Since when is there a 3 questions rule? Ha ha ha. Little joke. You're making your sky theme level right now. World 7 is the cloud world. Gotcha. World 8 in my case. Big rock guy. There's some big statues and shit. And, like, big rock fellows in Sea of Stars. Maybe there's a connection here. In fact, there's one of the rock guys in Sea of Stars I haven't seen yet. Maybe it's this guy. Maybe whenever I get to this part of Sea of Stars, I'm gonna see a guy who looks just like this. And go like, oh shit, this is that guy. I don't know, this guy doesn't look quite like the guys I saw in Sea of Stars. But, you know, hey, maybe they all look a little different. I like the risk-reward of staying on there longer, getting more time. Shit. We should use the shurikens as we, like, approach the ghost skull in there, the ghost that's in the mouth. Mouth ghost. Mouth ghost? crap. Alright. Got some nice clean damage there. And we can run it right in after he does the middle stomp. Alright. Going pretty damn... What? New pattern here, okay. Was doing really well. Two more hits, something like that. Damn it. Taking some damage, but it's fine. It's fine. Come on. What is that? What? Huh? What? Is he dead? Oh no, now he's just ghost mode. There's free projectiles here, so I think the idea here is to fight him from a distance. Don't get in too close. This guy reminds me of Metroid Fusion a little bit. You know, when you beat one of the guys, one of the big X-bosses, and their X-parasite comes out. A little bit similar. I've seen nothing like this in Sea of Stars except for... Well, I guess that energy ball kind of looks a little bit like the fairy soul things that come out when you hit enemies and you can absorb to power up your attacks. Maybe there's a connection there. I don't know. I was just digging through caverns. You just randomly engaged. It's all good. We killed this guy, turns out he wasn't really looking for a fight. I totally thought he was just bossing, being a boss for us, but, guess he was just minding his own business. Oh, man. Maybe we should have started by talking at him. I don't know. It's fine. Like a mushroom area. Let's see, we've been going about 2 hours. I'll be coming up on like some of the big parts of this game, right? Like we gotta be coming up on that mountain by now, I think. You know, having been through a bunch of levels. There has to be like 1 or 2 left. After this one. I think we'll make it. We'll make it to the part where the twist happens. Not that this part isn't fine, but you know, it's just fine. It's a good part of the game. But once a thing happens, you know, it really opens up a little bit and becomes a lot more like involved. There are enemies that are like little turtles that have spikes on their back in Sea of Stars, but it's pretty different from these guys. They look more like enemies from... Hey, what's up with the Emerald Golden? Did you get a chance to understand its motive? That thing wasn't evil. What? You mean all those messengers that were killed? Misunderstanding. Wow. I didn't know that messengers had been killed before me. Huh. Welcome to Quillstream March, said no one ever. This place is eerie. Once had to look through the mud for an artifact, gave up pretty quickly. What happened to this area? Legend says it was ruled by a monstrosity called the Primal Fear. Till a brave monk. You know, I mentioned earlier, one of the main characters in Sea of Stars is a monk. Is like a lady monk. who commands like ice and stuff. I bet this is a connection here. I bet we are in Sea of Stars. I bet that's my character. The primal fear, huh? The primal fear cursed the monk forever. Oh, that's not good. Maybe it's not me, because I don't think I would get cursed forever. The monk still roams the mark to this very day, churning any trespassers into fungi. Oh, that sounds less and less like the main character of Sea of Stars. No one knows if any of that is true. But, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Okay, you know what? It could go either way. But I don't think that's how my story ends in Sea of Stars. Maybe. Maybe. There was a messenger who kept asking for stories, even if stories were supposed to move on. He couldn't get enough. The shopkeeper was at first happy, but the messenger never seemed to appreciate the morals or takeaways, so the shopkeeper decided to be done with the stories thing. In the end. Hey, I like them, yeah. It's fun. I like the stories. And I was wondering if there'd be any connection with, like, the, with Sea of Stars, but looks like the answer is, probably not. It's not gonna be like... I think in Game of Thrones there are, like, some stories... I've heard in Game of Thrones, there's a point where they just tell a story that just spoils, like, the whole, like, House of the Dragon TV show. You know, for what subsequent seasons will be about. Which is kind of funny in retrospect. And also, one of many good reasons why you shouldn't watch Game of Thrones right now is that they will totally just, like, let you know 100% what's going to happen. And a show that is better than Game of Thrones was, you know, for years. House of the Dragon. So yeah, I'd rather just do that. I'll say I still have cards. I have actually a lot of them. You know, at this rate, I feel like this stream is being well served by focusing on the game and also like connections between the game and Sea of Stars, which has turned out to be a mildly interesting well. Are there fungus enemies in... I'm trying to think if there's fungus enemies or like undead crows. These are not ringing a bell necessarily, though. Interesting that like platforms and stuff can go up into the black space at the top of the screen. Interesting little tidbit. How about another card? Did you see the Unity policy that is horrific? Yeah, so Unity the other day, they sort of rolled out a new policy, basically saying like, yeah, as of next year, when you load up a Unity game, it's gonna cost the developer, or not when you load it in, when you install a Unity game, they are going to charge the developer like money on every installation. And yes, it does count if a player uninstalls and reinstalls the thing. That 100% counts. There's no exceptions for like Game Pass. You know, being on Game Pass service, no. Game Pass, PlayStation Plus, whatever. They install, you pay, is basically the plan. There are some caveats that make it so that only, like, mostly big studios should apply, but still, you know, it is a not good policy, and I've heard people saying that it only kind of makes sense for, like, free-to-play type games. And that for free-to-play games, it kind of makes sense as like a part of the upfront cost of player acquisition. And that is kind of what Unity is targeting here. But boy howdy, it seems like it'll affect like everyone. And also, Unity is saying that it will be retroactive, you know, which is kind of funny in retrospect because people did dig up things saying like, hang on, like years ago, you said that, you know, that even if you updated the terms of service, it'd basically be relying on you taking in a patch, you know, using a more recent version of Unity. And if you didn't do that, you could just continue using the old version. Well, they eventually did say, like, well, apparently in the license, there is something that says, like, nothing we say is binding. What's only binding is what's in the contract. In the contract, they said, like, fuck you. You have to get the new contract when we put out a new contract. So, that's fucking slimy. To fucking say, like, oh, no, we're cool. And then say, like, actually, the contract says we're evil, so check your notes there. We're evil. I will say what's very obvious here, which is that Unity sort of, like, made its bones off being, like, the good guys. You know what I mean? Being, like, we're the small underdog platform, you know? They sort of made their bones doing that. To turn around and go, like, oh, but we're gonna be evil now. Good night, Lord Bowser. I'll see you tomorrow, yeah. To turn around and do a bunch of evil things all the time, really, like, eat into that rep, you know, to the point where, like, yeah, all goodwill that they have built up by being like, oh yeah, we're the indie development platform thing, you know, engine. Oh, you can trust us. That's all gone now. There's no reason not to go with, like, Godot, or if you're looking for something like small and indie, Godot is probably the thing. I don't know if Godot is also evil. It's possible Godot is evil, and I don't know. But I'm hearing people say, like, Godot is the thing, or just go with the, you know, Unreal, since Unreal can offer developers really good deals on account of they sort of own a money printing engine in Fortnite, so they don't need to, like, rely on the engine making money just through, like, 30% of all video games made on it. They can offer a deal that is, like, you know, ungodly good. So yeah, Fortnite, whole thing, or, geez, Unity. Whole fucking controversy. I feel like if you haven't gotten off Unity yet, boy howdy, you really need to. And if your game is in a humble bundle, apparently they did say that there will be an exception for charities, but, you know, there's still a lot of gray areas where you probably don't want to. It's possible that people will stop, like, letting their games be on platforms, you know, delisting them or doing something else of the sort in order to avoid paying these like forever fees. It's even possible games might get delisted, where people who bought them even would be unable to do them because they don't want to incur a fee every time someone reinstalls. Fucked up. I hope that, honestly, I kind of hope that the people who already have games on Unity and whose, you know, games cannot be, like, remade into not Unity, which obviously that's going to be fucking really absurdly complicated to port a game to another engine in general. But for those who cannot move off Unity, I hope that someone presses a lawsuit which totally makes clear, like, okay, you cannot do this retroactively. And also, like, I do think that doing it, like, in the middle of the development cycle of a game is not fair either. I feel like if this is to apply, it has to be the case at the very start. You know, whenever someone licenses Unity for their next game in general, because, yeah, man, let's imagine you have a Unity game that's going to come out, like, next year. You could either delay it by 2 or 3 years, or you could take this dog shit deal. Like, that's like holding your game hostage, man. Like, what the fuck? What are you to do about that? Hey, we got to another level boss. Fallen. It's what we call messengers whose quest came to a tragic end, their power corrupted by demon magic. A rogue messenger. And with these stories about a monk, if it really is that one monk. Okay, so the main character of of Sea of Stars is not a messenger. So there we go. I guess it's not not her. Good to know. Shurikens pierce one target. Sure, we'll get that. Just about completed this thing. This tech tree. Must get more stuff on it later. Because this is really just the first part of the game. Well, the monk is a lady. My main character monk is also a lady. But I don't think she looks like this at all. Let me see. Valere. Sea of Stars. Let me just pull it up on my phone. Really wish I could do something quick and pull up an image of a character. Nah, no. Well, the outfit isn't entirely dissimilar. Similar red outfits, but there's no line down the middle of her outfits. Also, her hair is pretty different. She doesn't have a thing in the middle of her hair, and she doesn't wear, the face mask. Gotta be a different character. Entirely. No relation. So it's true. Haha. Don't like my army? It's a shame. You're about to join it. That scroll. I'm a messenger. Yes, that's right. I'm a messenger. Huh. This is fun. She's going. I guess she's maybe gonna stay above ground level, where we can't get to her, and then she's gonna spawn enemies that we can use to jump up at her. That's cool. This is good design. Oh, if we touch these, we turn into a mushroom. But it doesn't look like we take damage, so that's good. Not sure that the spores look like this. That mushroom spores look like that. They look more like just circles. That's more like tree spores. Or like tree fruiting bodies, whatever. We died, we'll do it again. I got some more cards. Why don't I just pull one? At this point, we're probably gonna save most of the cards for tomorrow's stream, as I tend to do, but let's pull one right now. Hades Early Access is starting next year. I think I saw it Q2 2024 as a specific date. I'll say Hades, I really love that game. I'll say for what it's worth. No plan on checking out the early access. I'd rather just wait for it to come out in full. And I hope that a lot of the people I follow are also going to do the same, because I'd rather be surprised once it comes out. Hades 1 was extraordinarily good. I have high hopes for Hades 2. I'll accept hearing a thing or two about it in passing. But other than that, I want to stay pure, Stay ignorant. Okay, she's doing counterattacks if I jump in at her. So we gotta stay back. Weird. Because we were spored up, she didn't feel the need to stay up there and hide. Instead, she came down to us. We can just stick to attacking during this phase mostly. Otherwise, just stay back. I say, and then I just jump in without thinking. Still have half our health. That's pretty good. Let's just play it smart here. These plant guys are cool. I really like the design of them. Having just like one weak point that you have to jump up and hit. Sort of reminds me of Pokies, but like slightly different in its design, in their design. You know, in that their weak point is like a variable. Depends on what makes sense for the specific circumstance. Also synergizes well with the way that like jumping works and you know, the shadow step, shadow jump, whatever it's called. Cloud jump, cloud step. Works very well with that system. Whoa, why is it making noises now? Last time I was a mushroom, it didn't make any noises, but go figure, I guess. Damn it. Gotta pay more attention when the spikes are coming. When the spike barrage is coming. Seems like you only have a moment to react, though. Alright, one more time with this. There we go. Ended it with a shuriken. Oh, hey! A demon picked her up. Hey! Who do you think you are? Quilble? Hey, what the fuck? I was exiled a long time ago when I got cursed along with my messenger. That voice, are you out of here? Yeah, see ya. Okay, well, she had a guy too. Again, these Quibble guys, by the time of Sea of Stars, nothing like that has appeared. So, nothing of the sort. It's funny, like, how different these worlds are, like, how separated, like, you know, demons are not the standard thing in Sea of Stars. You know, it's not, we're not fighting demons out in Sea of Stars. We're fighting, like, we're fighting, we're not fighting demons, we're fighting, like, the spawn of the Fleshmancer. We're about to get a grapple hook. Which is kind of cool, and the Dwellers, who are cool as well. I guess you think you deserve a prize? No. Well, you do. You will never make the climb without the rope dart. Rope dart. Don't overthink it. You'll probably end up calling it the grapple hook. Right, yeah, it's like the grapplo. It's the grapple hook. Pretty... There's also a grappling hook in Sea of Stars. Spoilers? It's pretty damn cool. I really like what it does with the traversal. They don't do any sort of joke like that in that though. It's just what it's called, and people take it seriously. Little less jokey, other than like one or two characters in Sea of Stars. I guess because most people just live in the world and it's normal. You know, there's relatively less people who are just like weird wanderers from who knows where. You know, like this fella is, who is sort of our main character that we talk to. Did you think it was an awkward interaction? Yeah. You never had to tell your boss that your little experiment went wrong, permanently impacting a colleague. Hey, I heard that. Anyway, use it on rings, go nuts, whatever. About the monk. Yep, it was a messenger. It instead cursed forever. the Queen of Quills. How'd that happen? Tale for another time. Any stories you want to share? Here's one for you. A story where I once told the guy who hooked me up with magic for my shop. There once was a village struggling to figure out who the werewolf was. People kept dying. A brave young couple ventured into the woods. He'll be the hunter and she the bait. As one would expect from a cliched setting, they got separated. Our hunter faced off alone against a beast near a cliff. I think I figured it out. The beast is the lady. After 15 minutes of literal uphill battle, the hunter managed to chop the werewolf's paw off with his axe just as it was attempting to choke him. The hunter then ran for his life. Severed paw still clutched to his throat. By the time he got home, the thumb was up, and he found his fiancée bleeding, also badly wounded. The paw on his throat had reverted to his human form. At that moment, he notices it was wearing a ring he had purchased a few days ago. The end. Yes. That's fun. The werewolf ride. Wow, great idea. Really? No. You put the reveal in the title. Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah, you can't do that. You have to hold that. It's important. Not to give away the whole werewolf bride angle. I did figure it out though, like as soon as they got separated, really. If this was like a mythological story, it would be called something like that though. The Werewolf Bride. And you just have to deal with the fact that the spoiler was in the name. Because, like, oh, you know, everyone's heard of that story of the Werewolf Bride. It's not really a spoiler anymore. It's just part of the culture, you know. When you talk about Beauty and the Beast, it's not a spoiler to say that there's a beast in it. Or that, you know, everyone knows that the Beast will... The Beast and Beauty and the Beast, they will both fall in love. I guess it's vague, you know, if you're looking at the title and you don't know, you're like 5 or whatever, you don't have the context. Maybe you do think like, oh, yeah, I don't know where this is going. I don't know if this beast is gonna be cool, or if they're gonna fall in love, or if like Gaston is gonna deal with it. Seems like Gaston has like a good idea of what's going on. Maybe Gaston will do it. Huh. Still don't have enough. We need 400 for one upgrade, 500 for another, and 1,000 for... It's gonna be a while. Grappling hook feels good. Goes without saying. There's some nice, like, momentum where after you hit your target, you sort of are propelled past the grapple point real nicely. That feels really nice. And I'll say, like, it's kind of the same thing in Sea of Stars, isn't it? Same basic idea of how a grappling hook should work. Except, you know, in the context of a, like, RPG where the traversal is basically just... It's basically just a big flex anyhow, you know? The traversal is just there to make you go like, oh, geez, this is just a little more active of a way of getting around. You know, it's not quite like Paper Mario where you're actively running around for real, but it is a bit more involved than just walking. You know, you have to hit a button to go up a ledge, basically. It'd be cool if near these guys who seem to be beatboxing if they played different music. I say for no reason. No, don't worry. I'm not saying that because there's probably no hiding, is there? I say that without thinking. Don't worry about it. Just the thing I said randomly. That would be a good touch if any game were to do something like that, huh? That'd be what they call cute. I suppose also there's another game that recently came out that has a similar like piece of diegetic music that's is just like so damn cool, even if you don't like that genre of music. I won't say which recent release, but just know it's one of my favorites this year, which is to say it's on a short list that I, kind of went over early in the stream as of like, like a half hour ago. Not a half hour ago, more like 2 hours ago. Been a bit of a stream, hey. As Thursday streams tend to be. They tend to be a bit. Not using my shurikens at all. Despite all the bother they, all the work that's put into, like, making the shurikens also feel good, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm good just running up and hitting on a guy. Hitting on a guy? Beating on a guy until they go down. I don't need to necessarily throw things as well. Oh, that was just an optional thing. Could be sleeping better, I guess, I'll say. It's fine. I've slept enough, I feel like. I will say I'm still, like, getting tired pretty early in the evening, which is a good sign that I could be going to sleep earlier if I, wasn't, like, holding myself to say, like, oh, I want to watch this many episodes of anime a week. I want to watch all this stuff. I want to make progress on this, do that, do this. I do feel like some things are keeping me... I'm just, like, holding myself to a lot, and that's just meaning I'm going to sleep at a later time than I could. And after I get to a certain point, it's hard to get to sleep, like, instantly. Or, like, I stop being tired real late at night. It's been fine. It's been slow. It's been pretty slow at work. I'll say that, I'll say that, like, I'm not gonna talk that much about my work, but I'll say that, like, it's been a while since I was, relatively recently, I stopped having a lot of meetings, and the reason was that, the team I was on sort of got, ended up not being a thing anymore. And, it would seem like they don't know quite what to do with me, considering I'm in a different time zone than most of the remaining employees, so that's fun. Anyway, we'll see what happens there, I guess. Could be, it's... Doesn't look good, I guess. I don't know. I'll say most of my colleagues that used to work out of the States left, quit, fired, laid off, or something of the sort a long time ago. And I'm sort of the last one remaining. And I don't know if they really know what to... I don't know if they really care. Whatever. I'm just gonna put that out there. The boss is up. Bosses. There are multiple bosses this time. I don't want to talk too much about it. Other than to say, like... I don't know. Things are in the works. Perhaps. On both sides of the table. anything could happen. And, you know, I would love to work somewhere else. I'm just gonna say that. And, you know, honestly, I don't think it's a big secret. I bet that they have, like, some idea that, like, yeah, whatever, man. And also, they're probably not going to see the specific part of this specific VOD, are they? Oh, I would like to work somewhere where everyone just works a regular, you know, American workday. Inconvenience. It is to work with people who do not share your workday. I'm gonna stop talking about work. Anyway, another day, another stew simmering. Oh yeah, Mountain Life is a blast, but I miss seeing adventurers go down. Bye. Remember humans? Who would have thought? Yeah, I'm a human. How's it going? This is Kolos and Suses. Colossuses. Colossuses? I don't think I've seen any guys with one eye like this in Messenger. So this is the runner, the envoy, the emissary, the courier. Could have been any of these things, but it is the messenger. Right? That blocks attacks. Except sometimes he doesn't. This guy doesn't block any attacks. Which is nice. I reckon he'll go down first. Honestly. Just gotta wait until he's, like, vulnerable. Oh, get behind him and attack. Perfect, okay. That's the answer here. I keep on getting hit by obvious attacks, so... Not sure about our odds of getting through on one shot, except that he is looking all weird and flashy. Oh, they're different in ways that one is invulnerable from the front, one is invulnerable from the back. Okay, so behind on this guy, and the other guy we could just, you know, relax. Hey, they got destroyed. Cool. We gotta be, like, right up on the mountain now, right? This postman packs a punch. He needs to reach the part of the mountain. Thanks for the workout, little guy. They're cool. They're gonna send us, like, up the mountain. Shall we snack? I just sent Seuss's. We promised not to eat until the power thistle was ready to be added to the pot. Let's sit by the stew until the thistle is fully grown. Alright, so maybe we'll see them later. Glacial Peak. Hey. I don't want to spoil the Sea of Stars exactly. Glacial Peak. You know what, let me get out a little bit of a... I don't think I have anything specific for the spoiler thing, but... Small Sea of Stars spoilers. Ah, jeez. By the way, I'm, like, building up the... It's kind of obvious, isn't it? The area that I talked about going to is this one. Yeah, there's just no getting around it. And, It looked beautiful. It had the music. Pretty sure this is the same music. I only played it yesterday, so I should remember. And it was just so dope as hell to get there and be like, what the fuck? Yeah, this is so recognizable. Oh my god. Anyway. I'll say, without going into spoilers, it's possible we might see some enemies. Hey, I see an enemy that I recognize from Sea of Stars. There. That Rolly guy, he is in Sea of Stars. Pretty much similarly. A little bit more looking like the guys from Chrono Trigger who are like roll into balls, sort of. Like the funny guy who like gives you magic. Like a funny guy that gives you magic. Oh, hey, also, I mentioned before, I saw those mud guys in Sea of Stars. Well, they weren't mud guys, they were ice guys. And, yeah, those guys exactly. Cool. Let's talk to this guy about this area. I wonder if... There was a warp thing. I wonder if there's, like, still these like, warp doors scattered around even in Sea of Stars time. Be a funny coincidence if they was. I say coincidence. It'd be a cool connection if there was. Finally near the mountain summit, looks like my adventures come to an end. Clearly you haven't watched the trailer. Haha, yeah, there's a thing coming. Pardon? Never mind. Hey, it's cold and slippery out there, be careful. Yeah, there's some stuff coming, which we are working our way towards. Very good. Of course, here's one for you. There was once a village settled in a snow of ice and snow. Is that here? Food was scarce, but not as much as heat. Their elders spoke of a lush grove, safe and abundant, with comfortable weather to boot. The only problem was, the grove lay on the other side of a permanent hailstorm, which would take weeks to cross. One day, a brave couple left, their young boy behind, who had champed the trek. They would scout all the way to the grove and confirm its existence and come back to the village and lead everyone there. Like all that attempted to trek before them, they sadly and predictably never came back. Over the following decades, the boy grew up with only one goal in all, to take the trek himself and find his parents alive at the grove or dead in ice. Figuring they may have simply been ill-prepared, he trained every day until he was 5 years older than his parents were when they left for the trek and set up on his own attempt. The hailstorm's first bite wasn't as bad as he thought it would be, but the ice-cold soil worked his way into his bones. Days of walking through the storm without realizing that it was all just a metaphor playing out in his troubled adult mind. He stumbled upon a no pun intended chilling sight. Metaphor playing out. His parents were frozen solid. His shock was too strong, he remained there cursing, pondering his cursing again, until the cold took him, and to become part of the ice block. The end. What? No moral? Yeah, or proper ending. Sometimes stories are harsh. It might just be the very message they mean to convey about life. You need to think about what transpired and find your own takeaways. There are no wrong answers, as long as they ring true to you. Okay. You could consider the implications of our adventure being 5 years older than his parents were when he found them. Can you imagine gaining upon those who were your protectors and mentors, realizing that they were actually younger than you? Yeah, seems... yeah, that's like a thing. Harsh reality indeed. Had they really found inner peace already when he knew them, meaning you were the one who missed the mark, or they were simply excellent actors? Food for thought? Yeah, I guess. Let's go. This area seems cool. Cool frozen area, I guess. I guess the thing wasn't so much about the area so much as like, oh yeah, near the end, huh? Which, no. Near the end of the first part of the game before the twist. Which, you know, is in the trailer, so... not that much of a secret, I guess. Still, I don't intend on spoiling it for you, for y'all, if you never saw it before. I guess that means I shouldn't just have that be part of the thumbnail. The part of the game where the twist happens. I could, I guess. It doesn't really matter that much. It'd probably be something like this area, with the mountain in the background. I don't have to worry about the thumbnail until tomorrow. You know, when I start putting that together. I usually put together, like, Thursday VODs, like, as far as thumbnail and timestamps and all that, after the Friday VOD. Maybe even on Saturday morning, you know, it depends on if I have time. I usually have time after the VOD. After recording, you know, after doing the Friday stream. Usually. You know, those streams only go until like 8 o'clock, so usually have time to just jam out thumbnails and such. And then, you know, watch anime or Dan Reichert or whatever else I'm doing. I like watching Dan Reichert streams on Fridays. I hope he does one tomorrow, hey. It's been a while since he did those on a regular basis because he's been moving, but he's all moved in now, so I think it would be really cool if he did like a watch party tomorrow. I would like to do that a lot. Oftentimes during like a watch party, if I'm like watching a watch party on Twitch late at night, you know, even on Dan's channel, I'm not like paying full attention. I'll be like, you know, you know, working on the VOD or something while all that's going. And, you know, watching the movie as the secondary action. You know, multitasking, as you call it. It's good in general to have, like, something else going on when you're, doing stuff. You know, oh, this is a bouncy thing. There are, like, water jets in Sea of Stars, but nothing like that bouncy thing. Different way of, like, getting up, like, in a jiffy, you know, in some cases where you need to, like, rise through an area rather than fall through one. Also, I will note this is not a spoiler for Sea of Stars so much, but I'll say, if ever in Sea of Stars you're, like, trying to backtrack, keep an eye out for shortcuts that'll just allow you to, like, just bounce all the way back up through an area, or, like, without going through an area you've been through before, because they are existent in some cases, and, I didn't notice until I was, like, fully backtracked through an area that was pretty long, and that was a little bit miffed when I realized, like, ah, damn it, I just wasted time walking. Well, I could have just been, you know, I could have just been, like, there like that. And I was totally wondering that whole time, like, I was backtracking, like, there must be some sort of rune that's, like, a rune of like, insignificant enemies don't bother me. You know, like, enemies that are below my level don't bother me anymore. But you could also just, like, not go through those areas again, and that'd work just as well, I suppose. I hope a lot of these areas that are in this game, like, come back in Sea of Stars whenever... I bet it's gonna be, like, really late game. Or, like, really pre-twist. You know, as far as I know, there's some big twist coming where there'll be, like, additional areas, additional, like, dimensions or something, different time periods. I'll tell you, like, playing through Sea of Stars and thinking about, like, Chrono Trigger, you know, which it draws so much from, I am definitely in the mood for... I would be stoked if it just, like, took that wholesale from Chrono Trigger and just did that in its entirety. You know, just, like, having 5 eras. I'm pretty sure it's too late to do that exactly. You know, 5 eras, but, like, 2? It's too late for me in Sea of Stars. I'm pretty sure I would have seen that by now if it was to be seen. But, like, 2 eras, I think that's doable. Or, like, 2 dimensions or something. Something like that. I feel like I'm waiting for a shoe to drop. You know? similar to how a shoe drops in this game. And far as I know, I mean, I didn't actually watch. I'll say I didn't watch trailers for Sea of Stars, I don't think. Unless it was at, like, some direct or some press conference or something. I just saw it was on Game Pass and said, like, okay, that's all I need to know. You know? And I was hearing good people say good things about it, so, you know, all I need to know. Straightforward. As far as I know, there is, like, a trailer that would reveal what I need, what I am interested in, but yeah. I'll say, like, maybe the thing that is, like, most curious about Sea of Stars for me right now is that right now I would say, like, yeah, you know, for a game called Sea of Stars, I haven't seen the stars yet. You know? Like, I was sort of expecting stars. There is a sea, though. Maybe that's what it is, you know? Like, hey, it's a game about exploring a big ocean. A big civilization mostly taking place at the sea. You know, in that respect, it is a sea. But is it of stars? That much I don't quite get yet. How that works. The significance of the name. I'm hoping the name is significant. Imagine it would be. This game's called The Messenger, and it's about a messenger. You know, I guess the equivalent of that game would be if it was called, like, Warriors of the Eclipse, or Equinox of the Eclipse. I guess they are sort of Eclipse Warriors, but they are the Equinox Solstice Warriors, that's what they're called. Because they were born at the solstice. But their powers, like, super activates when the eclipse comes, so, you know. The whole thing. There was the plant monster in the first area only appears on a full moon. That's a reach to say there's a comparison, you know, with our characters who have some eclipse-related abilities in Sea of Stars. That's just, the fact that the moon is involved in both cases. And one's a joke, and the other one is, like, the primary conceit of the main characters. Completely different. No, like, real connection there. Other than in my mind, briefly, before I dismiss it and go, oh, no. There's a lot of cool statues here. I imagine if I had seen this before playing to the point I am at Sea of Stars, I imagine I would have, like, a richer opinion of that part, but I also really like that part. Oh, hey, look, for the first time, there's no one in the shop. What happens if you try to access the thing? You really thought it'd be that easy. I told you already, don't do it. Please stop. We're not doing a special edition of the cabinet. Hang on, let me move. I'm in front of the cabinet here. Is this one good? No, it's not low enough to show you the 4-1, the amount of juice I have. Good place. That'll work for this right this second. What about this place? Ah, that's fine. Don't be that guy. What? You're being that guy. Fine, be that guy. 10, 9. Okay, I get the message. Let's just go. We don't have to see every piece of dialogue. Move back down. Bam! He made it! Can we do the thing? Let's go. He needs to pass the final test. Welcome, messenger. Please hold the scroll aloft so that the prophecy might be fulfilled. Please hold the scroll higher than that so that the prophecy might be fulfilled. There's nothing about a scroll. Actually, you know what? There are scrolls in Sea of Stars. I think they give you, like, moves and stuff. Or, like, teach you techniques. You know, skills and the like. And they kind of do look a bit like that. But surely not a direct... Not the same scroll, obviously. He made it. Of all would-be messengers. Him? A gauntlet awaits you, messenger. Should you survive, find us at the top of the Tower of Time. Cool. Is this going to be the twist? Is it time for the twist? No. One more NES style level here. We run at the same rate of the thing, so we can just get through that way. Timing is hard. I don't really like timing things. That's sort of a weak point of mine. Not a lot of rhythm. My rope dart is not long enough to do that without falling off, you know. These switches that we hit. Trying to think if there's anything like entirely similar in Sea of Stars. Not quite. Oh hey, now we're in the physical shop. Instead of like the warp version of the shop, which is surrounded by a Sea of Stars. Also, hey, what my guy doing here? Oh, right, I've been dying. That's right, that's why. Indeed, you've been teleporting to this very room all along. We're on the Tower of Time. Where is that? When? The tower travels through time, manifests two test messengers who are ready in order to relocate them as needed. I will say, there is a tower. I'm trying to keep this vague as far as Sea of whatever. There is a tower where there is a character in... I feel like I'm saying too much. There is a tower in Sea of Stars that has like a similar vibe to at least some of its rooms, but was more of a puzzle thing than and more water was involved than this, which seems to be more of an ice tower and a laser tower. I could get a reduced fee of garble. I feel like health will be more valuable. Yeah, let's save up. Stories! Stories! Land of Bogs. Bogs were filled with evil monsters. Sleeping underwater during the day, they were kept at the bay... Wait, what? They were kept at bay by the moon during nighttime. Well, when she was kind enough to be around. After all, the moon was free to travel through space. Often felt like shining her light on other realms. Huh. One day the moon got bored. Shit, let me go around the loop. I missed the line. Decided to visit the bogland in human form, wearing a cloak that her line wouldn't shine through. She hoped to catch a glimpse of the evil creatures. Getting more people than people wandering haphazardly in cursed lands usually bargained for. She captured a man fleeing monsters. Confidence in her power, she removed her cloaks, creating a glittering aura of protection. Escape he did. But as he looked back... Oh, the moon is... Wait... As he looked back, he could see that his savior had put on her cloak a little too soon. She was captured by the creatures, who then buried her under a rock so that her light would never shine again, so that they would rule the night. But her survivor was clicked to gather a group of peasants who went to remove the big rock and set the moon free. strong bond was formed on that day, and she became their guardian. To this day, the moon is always there to guide human travelers through the night. The end. The moon is a big part of the Solstice Warriors, you know. The ice magic people, in particular, are like, it's lunar magic, essentially. And the eclipse, like a lunar eclipse, particularly affects the people who have the moon magic, you know, and also the sun magic to a certain extent. I think everyone gets charged, whether you're sun or moon, when there's the eclipse in that game, is the idea. I only wanted to use the word haphazardly in a story. Okay. So here's where the actual room is. Seems to just be like a small room in the middle of like random corridor. On top there is like, that does kind of look like the Western Hero on top. Probably a coincidence. Probably doesn't mean anything. Ugh. Shit. We died right close to where this whole guy lives. Good, hey, we made it through without having to wait at all. It's good. Get through that room, very good. What? Jesus. Got a checkpoint. Ugh. As I have said, next Monday I'm going to take that off from streaming. No reason in particular, just you know, I've decided recently that once we finish a playthrough, it'd be fine and good to take a day off next week to so that we're not like necessarily going through it a million miles an hour. It's good to take a break and you know, have a day to just relax for a change. Not that streaming isn't relaxing, and honestly, for the most part, it's not like it's hard or nothing. It's just that you know, it takes time, and I could use a little bit more time on occasion, I guess. In particular, you know, do have a lot of clips that I would like to make. Not all this I have this like intent to get through and like make clips for each stream that I've done and do them before they all expire from Twitch, which means that I really have to keep on top of them. Now, I'm pretty far behind, and to the point where if I don't hustle and keep at it, you know, they will expire before I know it. So having a day where I don't do a stream means that, you know, I'll be caught up faster, and also means that I can have an extra day to work on that. I don't know. I guess part of the problem is that, like, you know, I have had some Sundays come around where I just say, like, oh man, I am beat from the week, you know, as I tend to be beat from the week. I just want to, like, sleep and do nothing. It's fucking Sunday, you know? And that means that I'm not exactly making up for like, the backlog of those. Is you know, getting to be a problem. guy gonna want like a billion, or is it just like 50 times? Is it just like a flat payment for the last life that you lost? Not sure, it doesn't matter. We're pretty much upgraded out anyway. Starting with 3 health kind of sucks. But, I'll say, you know, for what it's worth, there is a thing that lets me recharge my health at checkpoints, so I assume that also would let me have health to begin with. But in this whole section, there's not like a single... There's not like a single, like, health recharge thing. Which is awkward considering some of these things take, like, multiple damage. I'll say, this game is good. I don't think this is as good as Sea of Stars. I would say, replaying it now, at least this part is like, if this was the entire game, I think it'd be a solid, like, 4 out of 5, if I had to say. Jesus Christ. There's just no health here. What the fuck? Especially parts like this, where it's just, like, repetitive and tedious and annoying. You know. They suck. This sucks. You know, this isn't so much elevating the material as being constrained by it and making a game that kind of sucks in similar ways to an NES game. You know? Like, just put down some fucking health and we'll be like 90% of the way there. You know? Motherfucker. You go this long without putting in health. What the fuck are you doing, honestly? Especially with when dealing with obstacles that can kill you in one hit. That sucks. This part kind of sucks. If this was all the game, it'd be a 4 out of 5. Fortunately, there is a really cool part that's coming out in a minute that takes it to the next level. I say in a minute, in a bit. What the fuck? When we get through this section. God damn it! How about a card? I finished Sweet Reincarnation. That is an isekai anime wherein the main character is a patissier, a pastry chef who gets reincarnated into another world. And Thor just has the intention of getting in there and, you know, baking sweets. And he sort of has a problem in that, like, the rural fief that he has found himself in doesn't really have that stuff, so he endeavors to get it. And put together, like, you know, the essentials of... This grappling hook is way too short. He endeavors to put together the essentials of, like, you know, sugar, apples, all that stuff, and bake the most beautiful cakes and stuff, and sweets. And I thought that much was cute and good, you know? It was cute, good. It's a new idea for an isekai, you know, that I don't think I can think of any example of a pastry chef specifically being in an isekai anime That said, it has a habit of focusing a lot on combat and action and like some real bottom shelf cartoon shit, you know, where it's just like, yeah, we got these cartoon villains. I'm a bandit, and I'm here to steal your stuff. Ooh, I'm a fuck you. Why do these sometimes do all the damage and sometimes they only do 1 damage? Like the laser does 3, stationary spikes do 3, moving spikes do 1 or 2? Get it fucking straight here. What the fuck? I suspect this is just a thing where I wouldn't like the source material, and this is just trying to be the source material, which sucks. It's not its fault that the source material sucks, but it is its fault that it wanted to be like it, I guess. NES games in general kind of suck. As far as, like, you know, difficulty and all that. Things of that nature, right? They were just real, like, dicks about it. Real fuckheads, you know? That feel is not good. Feel bad. Game does. Anyway, it just has a real habit of bogging things down with just, like, inane battle scenes that it's not good at. They don't look cool. They're kind of boring. And, just a whole bunch of drama that just doesn't land the least bit, you know? And, end of the day, landing at a 3 out of 5. I think the parts that are cute are very cute and good, and I like those parts, but it just kept getting in the way. These, like, action sequences and basic flimsy-ass drama that it was just cartoonish, you know? Cartoonish in a bad way, you know, where it's like, okay, I'm trying to enjoy the story and just like, oh, there's a bunch of bandits coming our way. Oh, no. And it's not like there's not like some adult content. So, you know, I don't know that you... I think there's like a little bit. Maybe not that much, honestly. But I probably wouldn't make the argument that like, oh, maybe they're expecting this to be for kids. I don't know. I don't care. Kids or not, they can make it better. Okay, all this shit is already destroyed. Can I hit the... Yes, I can. Sometimes the wall cling is like a little bit unwieldy. Sometimes the wall cling in this is a little bit unwieldy. That might have been how it was in the original. Oh, thank God, a checkpoint. But still, fuck that. Fuck that, no good. That's what I say. They should make it not suck. Okay, does this go down at the same rate as we hover? Yes. Okay. Cool room. Statue of some guys. This grappling hook is so short. Jesus Christ. I would love to upgrade it. I hope that, you know, maybe that's something that will unlock after we beat this part of the game. Like, grapple hook upgrades. This is a thing that I hate in game design, I think. If you are just making a level harder by denying the player power-ups, I think that's shit. I think that's bullshit. You know? I think about, like, Donkey Kong Country Returns, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. This is a trick they pull all the time. Or, like, in some areas, you just don't get checkpoints. I think it's especially shit because it doesn't affect, you know, it doesn't affect like, co-op, right? Where you start with both Kongs, but it only affects, like, the single player. It makes it some areas, like, frustratingly difficult just for the sake of, like, oh, I only have an irregularly small amount of hits and no hover. And it's not like you can even say, like, I fucked up to do this. Like, yeah, I mean, I died, but that doesn't mean that you take that shit away from me forever. And, I think a good baseline of design is that every life you give the players the chance to get their shit back. Or to, you know, stay strong to begin with. Yeah, I guess that's just the way I like it. There are a lot of people who like it where games where when they die, they're just all fucked up and like they live a shitty half-life. That's sort of like how it works in like Demon Souls, right? Hey, here's some health, finally. Demon Souls and Dark Souls, that's how death works there. Wait. I still have I have a wind thing below me, but I can't double jump. Okay. I think I landed it or did something weird while I had access to the thing. Had access to my cloud jump, then ended up like making it appear even though I didn't actually have it. Feel like we're coming up on the end. Well, what the fuck do I know? I need to land on that platform. I got it. I kind of like, as far as flow goes, in games like this, made of multiple rooms, I kind of like the Celeste thing of just like, yeah, you get through a room, you're done with it. You know, checkpoints abound, you know? You get a checkpoint every time you do the thing, you know. Get to a new area. I know this game is kind of trying to be like hard in like a really particular way, but I don't know. I guess also I'm just like really jonesing for that twist. You know, we're in the late part of this, like, first section. And, I wasn't sure, like, how long in the game it would be. So, you know, 3.5 hours into the stream. Feel like we're gonna get to do some decent amount of the second part. The whole second half of the game. And then we'll maybe load some saves, do some... like, wander. Maybe we could wander around, I don't know. I have a clear file, you know, with all the seals, and maybe we could look at that. Or maybe we could watch some YouTube videos. And, like, refresh that way, you know, for, like, the final parts of, like, late game that, you know, I read on how long to beat. This game is about 12 hours long. We don't have time to get quite that far, I do not think. I thought the shop was physically behind that other door earlier. My shop is connected all over the world, and that's totally fine, but somehow it can't be in the same building twice. Well, in this case, it looks like it's real. I'm not really interested in, like, the quibbly thing. Okay, room can be in multiple places. Fuck. At once, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Here we go, big boss, I think. Coming up, maybe? There was no chat about the boss. Oh, well, here's the chat about the boss. It's actual just chat. We're gonna do the thing now. Oh, do we have to fight all three of them in, like, a mech form? That's it. They've been preparing for decades to give this speech. And they're just gonna rush into this boss fight with, Monk Mech. Mech Monk. Mech Monk? That's a weird thing. Those words put together sound weird. Mech Monk. Hey, Annie Whittemer. How's it going? Is this a official Ninja Gaiden game? It's not Ninja Gaiden at all. This is The Messenger. It is a indie game that is like Ninja Gaiden, except, you know, much newer, and it has a twist, which we are very close on. It is made by the same people who made Sea of Stars, which is a very recent game out on Game Pass as of late, and they're sort of in the same universe, so I am replaying this game, or at least a good, big, huge chunk of it, to, like, refresh myself on that. Also, one of the key things is whenever you hit something in mid-air with your sword, with your, like, blade, is it sword, blade, whatever, you can, you get a double jump, so, you know, you'll see cases of me just, like, attacking in on something and staying in the air so long as I can continually attack. I have 1 health left, so... Speak of the devil. You're playing Sea of Stars, you have no idea it's a prequel? Oh, hell. That's cool. Yeah, I've been playing it as well. I love it. You might see areas in this game that, you know, are very much like areas of that game. Like, I just was in an area before this one, which is just straight up in Sea of Stars. And, you know, you might see some stuff that, like, harkens back, or, like, references and stuff. Mostly so far, it's been enemies. I've recognized a handful of enemies that are totally in both games. That's been, like, the main thing. Oh, look at this. This is easier. Also, his spikes do not hurt me, which is good. I have a wingsuit and a grappling hook, by the way, which... I probably should not use the grappling hook when he's got the orbs. Okay. You usually don't see a series that incorporates 2 separate games like this. Yeah, it's pretty fun. It's pretty interesting. Especially because they are very different. Like, the world... They are certainly, like, thousands and thousands of years apart. And, like, you know, we're fighting demons here, not, like, the agents of the Flesh Mancer or whatever, you know. But there are crossovers, and there are, like, enemies and that are just, like, straight up the same, and some other things. And I'm hoping, you know, hey, we're about to get to a big twist. We'll see a little bit more of, like, what happens after that twist. And then I was thinking maybe we could, like, pull up, like, a video, like, maybe, like, late game video, and look at the ending. Because if anything would be relevant, it'd be, like, big-time spoiler stuff, right? I am calling this stream the Messenger Refresher. That is the title of the stream. So, I ought to refresh myself fully on the messenger, shouldn't I? This time is going really well. I'll say Ninja Gaiden games aren't really like as far up my alley as you know, Chrono Trigger type RPGs. So I'm not like fuck! The hand, you couldn't jump on the hand when it's down there. You can't jump on the hand when it's down there. So I'll say this isn't like my jam as much as Sea of Stars is, but I do think the double jump, getting it back every time you get a hit in, is just, chef's kiss. Chrono Trigger is a top 3 RPG for me. I don't think it's top 3 for me. Maybe I could see top 5. If I had to say my top 3 RPGs, well, I will say I think I do have a list of top 5. And, but if I had to say top 3, TTYD, Persona 5 is up there for me. And, what's the third one? Chrono Trigger is close. Pretty close to top 5. I really do love Chrono Trigger, and I think that like the vibes, the adventure. I'll say that Chrono Trigger, I don't think it's like the most brilliant game as far as like the combat goes, or like as far as like, you know, it's not like traversal is that interesting, or the puzzles are that interesting, or even like the writing isn't like profoundly good, you know, to the point where when they made it on DS, they felt the need to retranslate it because, you know, it wasn't like it was the best writing ever. But just the idea of going across multiple different eras and seeing like the same place in multiple time periods is just like so damn cool that I think that just really like makes it a classic. Like, you know, to see like 600 AD, 1000 AD, the long distant past, the future, it's just like, holy shit, you know? It's just like so cool. That was cool. Fuck. It's a bit dated in some ways. Exactly, yeah. It's stunning for its time and it holds up pretty well. I'll say, like, playing, you were 12 when Chrono Trigger came out? Yeah. I'll say, like, playing Sea of Stars definitely makes me, like, get the Jonesin for, like, a Chrono Trigger playthrough. I don't think, like, you know, it's not on the books currently, like, but hey, I could go for a full playthrough of that game. Currently, I have playthroughs all booked. I feel like I have playthroughs all booked through, like, the rest of the year. So, like, I'll probably, if I play it again, it probably won't be on stream. Unless I, like, really do it, like, a while from now. I don't know. But, like, I could go for some Chrono Trigger. I feel like Sea of Stars definitely has Chrono Trigger beat as far as, like, you know, the combat system is a lot more... I feel like I'm constantly making tactical decisions in Sea of Stars, which I think is great. As far as, like, the world building goes, Sea of Stars is great, but I don't think you can compete with, like, you know, multiple eras and all that. You know, you can't compete with 5 time periods. I do feel like, and I'm like pretty far into Sea of Stars, but not like at the end yet. I do feel like they're gonna, like, a shoe is gonna drop at some point, and there's gonna be like a big twist, like that is like comparable to time periods. That is my hope. That is my feeling. But who knows? I could be like way off base here. Okay, this time we have a lot more health going into this phase. That's good. 3. We could take 3 hits here. We could take 1 hit. That was fast. Huh? Oh shit. Pattern. Challenging. Is your name an allusion to the Nintendo DS? Yes, that's right. I'll tell a story of my name, sure. When in, like, 2004, my N64 broke, and in a panic, I signed up for GameFAQs, and I said, like, what's a good name? And I decided to base it off, the upcoming, at that time, Nintendo DS. You know, I was pretty fucking excited for it because it was like a few weeks out at that point. And, went with that. You know, affixed it to the end of Master. And then eventually added the after I got into Doctor Who, you know, which has the character of the Master. I haven't watched Doctor Who in a while, though, I'll say. Sort of fell off it like 5-10 years ago, maybe. Jeez, has it been that long? When was the season where like 11, not 11, where Jodie Foster or whoever became the Doctor? Are we just like 2 Doctors after that? For a while, it was on Amazon Prime, and I had Amazon Prime, so I watched it when I had the chance. And then for a while, it wasn't, and I stopped watching it. Now it's on HBO, sorry, on Max, the one to watch for HBO, so I could watch it if I want, but, I don't know. Like, catching up sounds like a whole lot of fucking work, and also, pretty sure it's like, you know, not as good as the shows that I watch these days, honestly. I'd rather just watch the best of the best. General, I suppose. Crap! Could have waited and then would have a perfect time to get attacks in. Last time I watched it was on Netflix, so that was like 2005-ish. It was on Netflix? I don't remember it being on Netflix. There must have been a period between Netflix and Amazon. Or... yeah, 2015. I don't remember it being on Netflix, but I believe you. Netflix has lost a lot over the years. This boss is hard. Maybe that's obvious. Once I get in on his head, he's pretty fast to, like, slap me down and do that other mode. Do that other move. Can't let me just keep on wailing away, I suppose. Okay, this is the most health we've had getting to this pattern before. Whoop! We're improving, we're improving. Getting closer to finishing this thing. Isn't that just how these sorts of games work? You learn patterns, you get better at dodging, abusing them. Crap. I needed to not fall there. Being on the outside gonna work. Okay, good, it did work. These hands are going faster now across. Yeah, it does have a lot of HP, that's correct. I have, like, projectiles, but they don't, Yeah, there we go! They don't respawn, I guess, unless I collect stuff. The shurikens don't. Okay, hey! We just beat this boss of this first area, and, well, in a second here, we're gonna see, or like a minute, we're gonna see the main twist of the game, which, as the NPC did joke earlier, is in the trailer, so if you watched the trailer for this game, maybe looked closely at the Steam page, you would know that this was coming, but, it's a really cool thing. Let me do the prophecy bit. This game is a little more tongue-in-cheek, by the way, Andy, if you're curious. You made it through the test of might. Okay, what's next? To fulfill the prophecy, you must take the test of faith by doing a leap. The leap, yeah. I don't get it. Test of faith, leap of faith. Makes sense. Just jump. Okay. Now, hero, lend your courage to hope and your strength to purpose, then dive into your destiny and emerge as the one true messenger. Basically, the plot here so far is that we have been a messenger, tasked with bringing a message on a magical scroll to the top of the mountain. We came to the top of the mountain, we got through a big temple, and now we are diving into the leap of faith. Check this shit out. This here is good. Look at this shit. Oh, my character sprite changed. What's up with that? The sound effects are different? Huh. What's through here, you ask? He looks like he's Raiden now. That's true, yeah. Look at this shit. Mortal Kombat, that's coming up like next week, huh? I totally have a card for that, but I'll probably save that for tomorrow if that's right. Hey! Look at this, it's SNES style. We just leaped up a generation from 8-bit to 16-bit. And by God, it looks great. You know, it's maybe not up to the level of like Sea of Stars graphical fidelity, but ooh, it's pretty. It's pretty now. And you now have some like higher fidelity game from here on out. Or at least, like, you know, we were talking earlier about Chrono Trigger, just as a, you know, considering that it very much inspired the other game that they made. But in this one, you literally do go from one era to the nether, and the eras are different graphical styles. And it even changes the music. The volume is good for the 16-bit part, right? Still good? It did look like his NES game, that's right. What happened? I warped in, everything looks different now. Hello? That is a really cool hat. Seriously, wow. Any idea what happened? Sounds good? Okay. I just can't get over the hat. Need anything? Yeah, let's see. Do we have new upgrades or nah? Okay. Current area. Welcome to the Cloud Ruins, remnants of a civilization of giants that used to live in the sky. Right, okay. I did refresh myself a little bit on some of the backstory. I think that does come up later. I did watch a video or two. Just because I was curious. I'll say, like, going into the stream, I was sort of looking around, see if I could find a refresher on, like, what happens in this game, so I can know, like, oh, that's a thing from the Messenger, when I run across it in Sea of Stars. But I couldn't find anything of like that, so that's why I decided to do this stream here. That's the premise, by the way. This place is beautiful, but the structures feel precarious. Glad place if you're afraid of heights. How high are you? In your opinion? What? Geographically, yes. You entered the Tower of Time at the top of the mountain and exited through the top of the tower. So I'd say fairly high. Yeah. Yeah, let's talk about the new look. Looking so different. You know, I was wondering how you're gonna deal with the implication of time travel. It seems ignorance is really bliss. Pardon? Moment in Tower of Time? It sent you to the future! Neat. Yes, precisely. Neat. Also, he'll tell stories, you know, similar to how in Sea of Stars they tell stories, but in this case, most of the stories are just like for flavor, I think. I don't think any of the stories he's told so far relate to Sea of Stars time at all. But, you know, that's not a big deal. Not a problem. You know, hey, it's just a thing. I am very curious regarding Sea of Stars. If this has, like, if Sea of Stars has, like, a similar trick up its sleeve. Like, if there's, like, time travel in that, and, like, we went to the past or the future or something, and it was, like, 3D style or, like, lo-fi style, I think that would be really dope. Maybe that'd be, like, too obvious, you know? Maybe they don't want to do that again, but, like, considering they are making a game inspired by a game about time travel, where you had 5 different eras that were all very different in their own very cool ways, I am really hoping that Sea of Stars has, like, a shoe to drop along those lines. I'm pretty far in, but I haven't run across anything quite like that quite yet. Might be a neat self-reference, though. Yeah, totally. Also would be a reference to this game. I don't want to pen them in so much, to be fair. You know, to say like, oh, you did this once, so every game you do from now on has to do that. You know? But it'd be pretty fucking cool. You know? Not to say that Sea of Stars doesn't look gorgeous. It does look gorgeous as we're already. You know, the only direction they could go is like more lo-fi or 3D models. Those are the 2 directions they can go. And maybe, you know, if I was a wishing man, maybe that would be my wish. I would say like, have a future era where we're all 3D, have a past era where it's all lo-fi 2D. And maybe the future era can be very short because that sounds like a lot of work, making it look as good as the really high-res 2D stuff of the main part of Sea of Stars, of everything, you know, everything of Sea of Stars I've seen so far, I should say. I don't know if there's anything else to it. There was once a starving little boy who never missed a chance to help. After helping a old man carry a bundle of wheat, he was offered a loaf of bread. Eat your fill, he began, but if you feel like helping even more, there are 2 gnomes hiding in the forest who are even hungrier than you are. Now that the boy was an empathetic one, his mind was made up instantly. After a short hike, he found the gnomes and split the bread with the two of them without even saving a bite for himself. Seems you have lifted our curse. Indeed, to punish them for their greed, a spirit had put them under a rather annoying spell. They were exiled to the forest, carrying a magic little mill, capable of producing anything its bearer desired. But the little mill's magic would only be activated once the gnomes were fed by a stranger, acting out of selfless generosity. That's very specific. The starved while carrying a relic promising abundance. A cruel fate indeed. Now you can imagine the little boy's surprise when he was given the magic item. Name something you want while turning the crank to the right and the little mill will produce an endless stream of it. Gnomes explained. Turn to the left, it will stop. After creating a huge pile of food for the 2 gnomes, the boy went back to his village to help the populace with its newfound wonders. That food is gonna spoil. You don't want to necessarily create food all at once. As he grew in popularity, his older sister grew in jealousy. One night she couldn't take it anymore and stole a little mill from her brother's bedside table, along with 2 leftover pies from that afternoon's feast. She left on the family's fishing boat to reach new lands, hoping to have her turn in the role of the popular purveyor. Once at sea, she decided to try one of the pies, which to her taste was lacking a little something. Give me salt, she said, turning the crank. And salt she got, heaps and heaps of it. Now, older sister, Never bothered paying attention to how the mill could be stopped. Stop, little mill, stop! She shouted, first annoyed, then worried, and finally panicked. Salt soon overflowed the boat itself, sinking under the weight. It is said that the sunken little mill is still operational to this day, and the reason why salt water is salty. Haha, that's cute. That's a cute story. It feels more like a kid's story explaining things about the world that we know the actual reason for. Does he know the actual reason for? Tough crowd. How about this? Seeing how Big Sister's anger led to her demise, irritated people will henceforth were referred to as salty. Seeing how Big Sister's shortcomings as a little mill operating led to her demise, unqualified people were henceforth referred to not being worth their salt. Yeah, that works. It is fun, you should go. I'll keep on coming up with morals for what to do with salt. The writing in this game is pretty funny. Bunch of good little jokes and stuff. We were going left, right? Or were we going right? I feel like I might be turned around here. I think we came from the area with the bouncy. So this way, to the right. Yeah, this looks new. It reminds me of the writing for the pirate characters. Yeah, exactly. The self-aware guys. How far exactly are you in Sea of Stars, Andy? I'm like... struggling to say. I have... some major stuff has happened. I haven't gotten the 5th party member. I'm pretty sure there will be one pretty soon. Because I'm on, like, you're on Undead Island. Ah, gotcha. I know where that is. I'm pretty far ahead of you, I will say. There's some great shit in that game. I'll say last few days, I have just been, like, chugging through it. Because it's just been, like, so, like, grabbing me. Usually with a game like this, I would probably just, like... or with, like, Sea of Stars, I would, like, refrain from doing too much in a day. You know, probably just do, like, a single area. And then say, like, okay, time to watch anime. Time to play, like, I got this whole, like, you know, Armored Core that I've been going through as well. Or, like, you know, a couple other games that I've been playing or want to get back to. I haven't played Like a Dragon Ishin for a while now. Alright, here we are in the... I will say, this is post-twist, but there is more to this twist coming up. Pretty sure, like, maybe after a level or two, we'll see, like, more twist. But, like, 4 hours in, I can go late. I'm gonna keep on chugging. At some point, we'll do a thing, and we'll like look at some late game spoilers here, see if we can find, like, you know, the basic thrust of the game. Maybe I'll pull up like a playthrough without commentary or something and like parse around, you know, because I want to get all refreshed. And you know, 4 hours is not quite enough, is it? Are these characters like... That's not a symbol we recognize, right? That's not like the solstice symbol on those guys' heads, right? No, it'd be like more moon-like if it was one of the solstice guys' symbols. Definitely want to look a little farther ahead than what we can do in a single session of playing it, you know? And go from there. Any new dialogue here? So, cool hats. Fuck. Oh, I forgot about that joke. That's great. Oh, you like the hat. Is it why you chose to wear one as well? What? Well, you have the same hat. No, I got it first. Oh, is that what you're gonna tell yourself? I did have the hat first, that's true. Yeah, right, okay. Oh, that's funny. This guy's like the only NPC in the game, I'll say, by the way. So it's not like there's normal people running around that you can talk to like in Sea of Stars. It's, you know, mostly a Gaiden type game, Ninja Gaiden type game. Oh, we can walk on clouds. There's a dragon. Is that the sleeper? Is that the sleeper? Hello? It kind of looks like the sleeper, except it's much smaller, I guess. The sleeper is a thing in Sea of Stars, for those who don't know. Someone pull up a... Let me look. I'm gonna look up the sleeper. Oh, I feel like I'm playing with fire looking up the sleeper because I don't know if he's gonna, like, wake up. You know? I'm gonna Google it, Sea of Stars. Don't show me a picture of him awake! Google. Please, please! I just want to see a picture of him. Okay, good. Here's a picture. Yeah, similar horns, similar jowls. He just flew away. Okay, just a little more. Yeah, pretty similar in like color palette and like the jaw being white, the face being similar horns. No eyebrows on this guy. I'm gonna say that this guy is related. Also more segmented, less snake-like. More segmented. I'm gonna say this guy is like a child or like a grandson, you know, descendant. Same species or whatever, just a much, much smaller version. Are we gonna be able to ask him about the dragon? Let's see. No. No asking about the dragon. There are ghosts in, you know... Not quite like that, though. The ghosts. I don't think, anyway. Oh, shit! This is a crushy room. All right, let's boogie. Damn it! I hit the wraith, and that's fucked up my platforming. Yeah. It happens. Back to hill. I was trying to catch her when she was out. You saw. I don't need to explain why I died. Suffice it to say that I did. And, you know, didn't turn out well for me. The look here is so good. I love just... There's a couple games that also do this, you know, other than this game. You know, like, I think of, Evoland, sort of an RPG that's, where you went through eras that were, like, being represented by different, like, RPG styles. In Evoland, you literally went from 2D to 3D, you know, basically like Final Fantasy VI style 3D, you know, low fidelity, and it was pretty accurate. I forget, they did an Evoland 2. I don't remember, like, how they managed to make that, like, work again. Like Castlevania type vibe, I could see that. I forget how they made the second Evo Land, like, different from the first. This grappling hook is pretty good. We really should use it more. Okay. I will say there's a lot of collectibles in this game that I am, you know, not going for. I've done previously full playthrough. I have a complete file on my Switch here. When I played it originally, that I did 100% it and get every one of those seals apparently. But I'm doing that right now. Yeah, the power seals. I got 45 on that other file. Here's the dragon again. The Waker. That's not fun. Oh, jeez. Okay, we cannot survive contact with the Waker. Or whatever the fuck we're calling this dragon. Is this game on Switch too? I'm playing it on Switch. I'm playing it on Switch right now. It's probably also on Xbox if I had to guess, but, you know, don't quote me on that. I don't know. It's probably on everything. I got it on Switch because, hey, you know, 2D game, really good to possibly play on the go if you like. You know, handheld mode. In general, my go-to for 2D games is definitely the Switch. You know, I do know now that for 3D games, sometimes you can't trust it. Like, I got Mortal Kombat 11 on the Switch, and boy howdy, they could not make the hair look right on the Switch. It's hardware. It just looked like garbage, and I just had to put up with it. Really wish I went Xbox on that one. But, and I'll say for the record, yeah, I'm gonna get the Xbox version of Mortal Kombat 1. When that comes out, you know. I will say I'm playing the Xbox version of Sea of Stars, but, you know, that's because it's on Game Pass. If it wasn't on Game Pass, absolutely would have bought the Switch version. Without a doubt in my mind. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's like performance intensive, right? It's a 2D game and all. It probably can run just as good on Switch as it can on Xbox Series X. Right? I don't know. Maybe that's not quite how it works. I heard people saying that, like, Mario Wonder... I heard Arlo saying... Arlo's, you know, a YouTuber. Was saying that, like, oh, you know, I feel like looking at Mario Wonder... I feel like I could use a Switch too. I just have to hear that and go like, what are you talking about, dude? It's probably 1080p. It's 2D. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be 1080p considering it's 2D. Like, yeah, man, a 2D game is probably not going to be that much improved by better hardware. It's 3D games that do that. And maybe like 4K, which, I'll be honest, I can't tell the difference between, personally. Oh wait, I can afford something now. I can afford... checkpoints will now refill hit points up to 5. Yeah, sure, let's get that. That sounds good. I have had cases where I've been frustrated coming off checkpoints. You're gonna get this game, Andy? That's cool, that's great. Like I said, it's pretty fucking cool. Now, I'm gonna be trying to play it here and get to the point where there will be... like spoilers, and also because I do want the context for Sea of Stars. I am looking to... I think I will also pull up a video before we end and like watch some like late game stuff that we're not gonna have time to get to tonight. But no, don't worry about that. I'll give fair warning before I do anything of the sort. And also, you know, it'll be interesting at least, I guess, I hope. And maybe give us information that could be relevant. So far, I'll say, I think the most relevant things are just like the locations. I feel like these locations will have existed somewhere in the world of Sea of Stars, and I'll tell you, without going into details, without going into specifics, I actually did go into specifics earlier, but never mind that. There is one area that I have been to in Sea of Stars that is totally one of these areas from this game, and I'm looking forward to seeing, like, hopefully more of it, and more things that are, like, direct, and more enemies, maybe, that are just straight up from this game. Shit. Oh, okay, good. I got through. I would recommend it. I think that especially with, like, the time travel parts, and especially as it gets, like, I'll say there's some stuff coming up. Hey, level boss! I'm not sure what's up next, but the Prophet wanted me to read a line for you at this point in the dimension. Alright, let's hear it. Okay, I always wanted to try the voice. Check it out. And on this day, the messenger shall unwittingly make his lifesaver indebted to him. I'm not sure, but if all else fails, attack the fireballs. Okay, I'll do that. Okay, we're about to get, like, part 2 of the twist. After this boss, I think. Or maybe after one more level, I'm not sure. But, there's more to this twist that we haven't gotten to. Multi-platform 3D Switch games are definitely a mixed bag. The exclusive 3D games are generally awesome, too. Yeah, that's true, like, fucking... Oh, hey, we're fighting the dragon now. That makes sense. Like, Odyssey and Zelda and, you know, all those games look phenomenal. Like, they really nailed it, but, when they're developing for, like, other platforms first, it can be a mixed bag, you know, as far as, like, well, we're using fancier hair than we would if we were developing first for Switch, so what the fuck are we gonna do? How if the hair is just the wrong color the whole game and there's nothing you can do about it? Oh, that works. Anyway, if they're still doing Switch versions for Mortal Kombat 1, I would recommend steering clear. Get the Xbox version. I'm hearing people say that that game is very good, and that the new thing where you can have, like, a secondary character do extra moves for you, it is really overdue. Sometime next year, probably. The new thing in that game where characters do extra moves for you, apparently it adds a lot and makes it all pretty accessible, too, since, you know, it's not like... Since it's all just like a direction and a button to do a bunch of extra moves for, you know, that you can mix and match to your pleasure. I'll say I'm more mildly interested in the Mortal Kombat one, but I'll definitely get it. And, you know, the story will probably be as good as normal. I've thought about, you know, I have done this thing recently where I stream, like, the first time I play new games, but I don't think that I have to do that for every game, and I'm thinking, let's not do that for Mortal Kombat. That's fine. It would just be me playing the story, and you can see that, like, probably a million other places. And also, I'll say I'm not, like, the best at fighting games, so it'll just be me mashing buttons and, you know, getting through, essentially. Have I ever played or streamed the Xenoblade games? No, I've not. I've just sort of passed on those. I don't know. I feel like it's too late now, and I'll say, like, for RPGs, I'm not like into every RPG, you know? It's like, there are a lot of them that I have played. Like, I love Thousand Year Door, I love the Paper Mario. The first two, and the third is okay as well, Paper Mario games. Oops. But, there's a lot of other RPGs I've just never played. Like, I'll say, is this a weird thing to say, or is this relatively normal? You know what, actually, I feel like I've heard streamers say all the time things that make me go like, what? Like, I've seen streamers say, I've never played like a Mario game, or like a Zelda game, and I just think, what the, really? Anyway, my version of that is I've never played a Final Fantasy. That's probably a what for a lot of people. People really like that series. Never played a single one of them. Never? Yep, never. Not a single goddamn one. You know. My introduction to RPGs was Paper Mario, which was like a lot more streamlined, I want to say. A much different style. To the point where when I went back to like Mario RPG, it just didn't do it for me as much. I will say I loved Chrono Trigger. Like, Chrono Trigger is like the one SNES era RPG that I like super love. And Earthbound is okay, it's pretty fun, it's cool. But I do think as far as a lot of that is just down to the story and the writing being phenomenally good, you know? And it being like wonderfully imaginative. I think like as a format, it's you know, I prefer a more modern take on it. I like the Persona games a lot. I like oh, you've never played Thousand Year Door? I'll say Thousand Year Door is like one of my top 5 games of all time. I love Thousand Year Door. Paper Mario was my first RPG, and you know, Thousand Year Door was... I probably had played quite a few more since then. I mean, Mario and Luigi probably was out at that point, right? I'm not sure how the timeline works out, but probably had played a couple more by then, but still. Definitely my favorite RPG, I'll say. Mario Thousand Year Door. And I'll say, like, I was a little... I'll say I've been worried forever, right? Like, oh man, what if instead of just, like, bringing back Paper Mario as is, they fuck around with it, you know? What if they sticker star it? What if everyone's a Toad? What if the white outlines are white again? Like in Color Splash and Origami King. You know, in those two games, Mario has, like, a white outline around him. And they didn't do any of that. They made it exactly as I remember it, which... it was sort of like a thank God moment for me, you know? And, fucking hell, I'm looking forward to that. I did a full playthrough of Paper Mario on the stream already, and it's all... I think that was while I was, like, archiving VODs. So I believe it's all on YouTube, you know? All archived there for perpetuity, you know? That's how VODs work. They're for perpetuity, you know? Did you play the SNES Mario RPG? I went back to it eventually. I never finished it. I think I got as far as the cloud area. I got as far as the cloud area, where there's the bird guy that's like going around like hitting statues and stuff. I think that's as far as I got, which I know it's like pretty much all the way around the horseshoe of that game, you know. I don't mean horseshoe as in horseshoe politics. I just mean like the map is a horseshoe shape with, you start over on the upper right and you go down around the bottom and you end up at the upper left. And I know the clouds are like the very left. So it was probably just like one more world, but never did finish. I'll say that remake does look so good. And honestly, it was part of the reason why I was a little less worried once I saw that and saw like, oh, they're doing right by Super Mario RPG. Once they do Thousand Year Door, if they do Super Mario Thousand Year Door, they will also do right by it as well. And sure enough, they have done. I cannot wait for I mean, I cannot wait for Thousand Year Door. I am looking forward to trying out Super Mario RPG. And I'll say, like, it's even funny, honestly. Like, when I first played that, I was kind of put off by, like, you know, the fact that at the time of Super Mario RPG, and you know, you were around at the time, maybe you can attest to this better than I can, just looking at it from the abstract. The Mario personality and the Mario brand was not so locked down, and they could just do whatever the fuck they want. And as a result, like, you have Peach's Castle, but it doesn't look like Peach's Castle as we know it today. It's weird and different, and it's kind of like full of characters that look more would look more in place in like a Final Fantasy type game. And it's all like pre-rendered and weird. And at the time, I was a little bit like, I don't know, man. I like the Paper Mario style of everything being like classical Mario NPCs, but like dressed up. You know, I always thought that was brilliant. You know. But I also really like, but I really appreciate and like how faithful the remake is, you know? Like, that is just a good sign for a remake, for remakes in general, that like, oh yeah, they're just not fucking around with this. They're not being weird. They're keeping the aesthetic, the weirdness of it is intact. This is faithful. You know? And I like that, even if I haven't really, like, clicked with the game before. And I'm looking forward to diving in. Definitely will have that game be one that I play for the first time on stream. And I'll say also Wonder for sure will do that. Probably with Persona 5 Tactica as well, considering that I have done a whole Persona 5 Royale playthrough, like, in its entirety on the stream, you know, and it's all archived and such. You played Super Mario RPG but avoided the Paper Mario games? Did you play the N64 one when it came out on N64 Online or Virtual Console? I will say, you know, it's probably gonna be like, you know, well, it's 2024, so probably like mid-2024. Or maybe even holiday 2024, who knows? It's probably gonna be a while until that game comes out, so if you wanna, like, check out Paper Mario N64, now is a great time to do that. The original Paper Mario is a lot more like basic, I guess, than Thousand Year Door is. But it's a good basic. It's like charming and like and very much like a Mario way. It's just like a good default type game. Yes, though there's the N64 one that's available on the Switch Online. Yep. If you have N64 Online, you can play it. One of my favorite games, I'll say. This guy's glowing. That's a good sign. Oh, come on. You love Mario and Luigi series, especially Bowser's Inside Story. I really enjoyed... I feel like my favorites is the first one. Recently replayed that since it was on GBA Online. The first one, man, that has just... I think the thing is about the first one is that it just... In addition to being, like, really tight and fun, it just also has a pacing that is just relentless, man. Like, it doesn't fuck around. It doesn't waste time. You know, each area you can just get through, like, pretty quickly. It moves. Whereas, as the series went on, each area sort of got longer and longer, which I do not think was to its benefit. You know, it got to the point where it's like, okay, I gotta collect, like, 4 puzzle pieces. I played in little parts of Dream Team I played were like, okay, I gotta wander around this area and collect puzzle pieces. There's like 4 of them. I have to collect as many as I can for reasons. And I think that Inside Story did have a little bit of that. I was really not... I'll say of Inside Story, I was not into the Mario and Luigi stuff, but like the 2D stuff inside of Bowser, I thought was, you know, weak. I thought it was like not great, but I love the outside stuff. I loved playing as Bowser, and the fact that you could only in that game you could only choose between as Bowser. You could only choose between like hunkering down in your shell and like doing a big old punch. Like, that was just so good of a dynamic. Like, I think that beats the piss out of the standard brothers dynamic to the point where I feel like they could have just left the brothers out of that game and just had it being Bowser's story. I also really didn't like Clippy. Clippy, whatever her name was, I just was really put off by her whole attitude. I guess part of it was that I was really enjoying like Bowser's side of the story, and she was just like, so, like, you know, rude to Bowser. I mean, he is the villain, but like, dude, I like Bowser a lot more than I like you, Clippy, so shut the fuck up. Stop saying these things. Just be nice to Bowser. Bowser is the best character in the game. You should respect and love Bowser. That's what I feel like. I'm not trying to suck up to Lord Bowser, the Twitch chatter, and submitter of many levels. I'm just saying, it's good and proper to be nice to Bowser. She could have just given it. I forget what her fucking name is. She has a name other than Clippy, doesn't she? But Clippy is the name she gave Bowser. So I know her as Clippy. Or Chippy, that's the name. It was Chippy. We've been fighting this boss for a while, huh? Let me do a card. Talk about what's on it. Been watching ReZero, nearly done with the second season, the part 2 of the second season. Yeah, it's been really great. I've been watching a couple episodes a day, kinda, and they're long episodes too. The thing about season 2 that's kind of cool, from like just a pacing standpoint, is they just let themselves have 30-minute episodes if they want. They didn't hold themselves to 24 minutes or anything. They let themselves get extra time in wherever they need it, and I think it's a real benefit to the proceedings to have extra time. The parts that I've watched the last few days have been full of like a bunch of like backstory stuff about Amelia. I feel like I'm saying that wrong now that I say it out loud. Her backstory and like history and all that stuff is just like so interesting, and especially as it connects with the present, you know, like, I won't get into details because, you know, ReZero is a fantastic anime, one that I love and should be enjoyed as spoiler-free as possible. But a big part of that pass is like going back like eons or something and seeing like, oh shit, and seeing like characters in that flashback that you see later, that you saw in the first season and such, and having to like recontextualize what their deal is because like, oh shit, they were once normal. I'm not gonna say who exactly, but if you've seen the show, you know who I'm talking about. And it's here's a bunch of other characters who are doing stuff, and wow, seems like there's a lot of lore that will eventually pay off in season 3 or 4 or whatever. Hey, we beat the dragon. How about that? Now the dragon is our friend, and it's blue. I wonder if that means that red means that they're cursed or brainwashed or something. Maybe eventually, and this is just like off the top of my head, maybe in Sea of Stars we'll have to awake the sleeper and free them from their curse, and they'll become blue just like that. That'd be something. Hey, if eventually we wake the sleeper, maybe it would work like that. I have my doubts. I feel like the sleeper might just be the sleeper, you know. But I guess the question is, do you set up the sleeper, a big dragon that's just asleep forever, with the intent of just letting them sleep for the whole game, you know? Or do you eventually say, like, no, you gotta have a quest where you can go wake the sleeper, free them of their curse, get them on your side. Bing, bang, boom. I don't know. I'm curious. I've been waiting for you a long time. Who are you? The skies did fool you. It's a shame you freed my slave pet, but no matter, I am certain that I can defeat you. You. Bwahaha. It's time to pay. Okay, so it's not time to pay. After the next level, it'll be time to pay. Or maybe like 2 levels from now. I'm gonna keep trucking. I want to get to the second big twist. I forgot that the twist was separated into 2 bits in this game. And I will say, I'm not sure, like, how many, like, interim levels we have to get to until it all becomes, like, a whole thing. If I had to guess, I'd say, probably like this level and then another level. That guy that was out there was the second in command, so would make sense to kill him, and then the first in command, and have that be that. Tell me about the current area, the Lion's Den. The heat. Come on. Yes, it's hot here. Lava hot. Professor, lava, hot. You know the whole 9. Quote from Futurama. Do you have stories to share? Here's one. Once was a guy visited by a succubus. Far from being that kind of demon, she offered him a unique chance to visit hell as a tourist. Very adventurous by nature, he jumped right into the portal. They arrived in a room where a giant cauldron boiled little bonfires. They contained people, with little demons and with pikes sitting in the rim to push anyone who tried to escape back inside. Who's in that cauldron? The man asked his tour guide. Is he about to say, you in a second? That's where liars and cheaters end up, she explained. And this one over there? That's for people who hunt for sport. Aghast, the man noticed another cauldron, bigger than the other ones, and devoid of any demons sitting on its rim. That one cauldron seems to self-regulate. People are pulling back in anyone who tried to escape. And who's that cauldron for? Curious as to whoever would be so stubborn that they would rather hurt themselves than rethink their worldview. Oh, that cauldron. That's for people who think order doesn't apply. The order doesn't apply anymore when another line opens up at the market. The end. Okay, now you're just using the platform to vent. What is wrong with that guy? Are you that guy? Which guy? The guy who's 5th in line but rushes to be first when a new line opens up. Well, it's a different line. Right, different timeline, never mind. Okay. Yeah, this guy doesn't grocery shop. I think you absolutely shop for the shortest line you can. Or self-checkout if that's available. Usually these days it's self-checkout. At least at the Target. I do sometimes go to the H-E-B now, which recently opened up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. A couple of locations. The Metroplex, you know. And they don't have... The self-checkout there is just for, like, a maximum amount of items, so I have to go with, like, the manual checkout thing. And in that case, I just look for the shortest one and just go with it. Usually, I don't ever see new lines opening up. Maybe I'm just shopping on days where, you know, it's not like there's a big influx right when I'm getting in, is there? After work, you know? Oh, this is cool. When we hit a demon, they switch, like the active demon does. That's rad. Anyway, ReZero, I think I got like 3 or 4 episodes left. I'm really enjoying it. Looking forward to finishing it relatively soon. At this rate, it might be like before the next stream after Friday's stream. Again, taking next Monday off. Might do a making stream on like Thursday or like on Tuesday or something. But that'll just be a shorter stream focused on making. So, you know, not quite like the 3-hour thing I would do any other night, or in this case we've gone for 4.5. You know what I mean. Ugh. Ugh. I wonder if you could cheese this by like... Well, that's not exactly cheese, but you can hit and then do a double jump and then profit. But you gotta not hit the spikes. I guess after I finish ReZero, rewatching that, I guess I should probably focus on a bunch of rewatch shows that have been in my backlog for a while and just, like, you know, knock them the fuck out. Probably shouldn't just, like, take finishing ReZero as an opportunity to, like, rewatching ReZero as an opportunity to, like, watch something new, you know, start something new up. That said, I do, like, as far as, like, rewatch things go, I don't mind having, like, one shonen show going, you know. Having, like, one of a particular genre in a rewatch thing makes sense, and, I guess I don't know, like, what I would rewatch next, if not after ReZero. I rewatched Fire Force recently. JJK, Jujutsu Kaisen, is currently going, so can't rewatch that right now. You know, Season 2 is airing. I don't have enough for upgrades yet. Not sure what else I would really, like, pick out. Like, what would be my next priority yet? I could watch something weird and, like, not like one of the bigger shonen shows. Like, I could rewatch Amolgolis, the Mongolian invasion show, where the Mongolians invaded Tsushima, and they did a whole show about it. That was okay. I don't know if I'm really, like, rushing to rewatch that. Not sure what the next rewatch would be. I could give JoJo a shot. That would be a whole hell of a thing. I've never rewatched all of JoJo on account of its, you know, hundreds of episodes long if you're including everything, you know. Let me see. I'm curious now. I have a list on my Annie list, which you can find by, like, you know, hitting !anime, or it's on the bottom of every VOD for some reason. I talk a lot about anime. I feel like linking that is useful if you want to see, like, all my anime opinions in one place. Let me see. Considering rewatch, let me see if there's any, like, shonen shows here anymore. Joker Game is kind of a shonen, I think. Kind of more of a drama, I guess. Let's see now. Not seeing anything. Nope. No other shonens are in my considering rewatch list. Huh. I guess I've rewatched all the shonens there are to rewatch. As popular as a genre as it is, I'll say, like, I don't super 100% get into them all the time, and, you know, they're long enough where once you rewatch it, you're good for a while, probably. Like, I rewatched Dr. Stone recently, rewatched Fire Force recently. There's some that were on recently where, you know, I already got my fix on account of being on the air, like Jujutsu Kaisen. I think Jujutsu Kaisen was the shonen that was on the list, but you know, on account of it being on the air right now, it got taken off, which I think that is only fair. I can't rewatch something as I am watching the second season of it. That is just ludicrous. Not how it works. Maybe I'll look through a list of all the shonen shows and I'll see, like, if there's anything that's really jumping out at me that I, should redo. Because right now, nothing's coming to mind. And I think as far as, like, favorite shonens go, I guess I could do, like, something that's... There's, like, plenty of really cool isekais that are probably worth a rewatch. I rewatched Slime Isekai not too long ago. That was maybe like a year ago now, so that's not going to be one. Are there any other isekais? They're like action isekais that come to mind. Action isekais. None. I'm drawing a big old blank here. I suppose also ReZero is going to be a hard, you know, thing to top. Boss conversation. Demon General is up next. Here is pretty fast. All right, let's go. Demon General. Apparently he's pretty fast. Nowhere left to run. Well, this is my boss room, so let's go. We are taking a beating here. We can look at the glint in his eyes. His eyes do a glint before he does like an attack. Well, not every attack, I guess. Just some attacks. Okay. How do you know what direction he's gonna dodge in, though? Oh, shit. That's a new one. I think we need to hit him to end the phase. Okay. Try again there. I'm sure I can think of something, and also, like I said, there are just a lot of shows that I have, like, just, you know, not finished yet. Not finished rewatching yet that I really need to. Really, I should be looking to not start anything new until I've cleared out some of my backlog. But it is just so tempting to be like, what if instead of watching these shows that I have, like, you know, hesitated on for so long, what if something just entirely new? 103 deaths so far. Quite a few. Another card. Did you know you can get Overwatch 2 characters through Game Pass? Found this out recently. I don't remember, like, how I noticed, where I saw it. But, you can totally get all the Overwatch 2 characters that they have released for, like, money and, like, for, like, Battle Pass stuff, just free from Game Pass if you have Game Pass. You have to do some pretty complicated stuff, like redeem a code and have specifically the Xbox version of the game, you know, installed or whatever. But, you know, it is a free-to-play game, so that's not really like a big... For getting characters for free, that seems like a perfectly fine thing to have to do. I will say I have redeemed the code. I have not installed the game yet on Xbox, and, you know, I didn't really like Overwatch 2, what I've played of it. They've kind of made Overwatch worse, so not really in a rush to do so, but that all to say, like, hey, like one of the major flaws with Overwatch 2, being weirdly stingy about the characters, you can fix it by having Game Pass. And you know, with like the Activision Microsoft acquisition coming up, probably will only become more permanent. Like, yeah, I imagine at some point, like, once the acquisition goes through, you'll probably just get like, which I think at this point we're all just expecting it to, right? Once it goes through, maybe you'll just get like free battle pass for like for Overwatch if you have Game Pass. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that'd be too like maybe that'd be too much to give away. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like that much to me. The battle pass is full of unremarkable items anyway. Stuff I wouldn't really want in a million years anyhow. He is glowing, so that's a good sign. But we do have just 1 health left. Gotta do this good. Anyway, if you've been like holding out on damn it! If you've been holding out on Overwatch because you don't want to pay for the characters or whatever, Game Pass included, whatever. I'll say I love Game Pass, though. I don't know if I play a Game Pass game every month, but whenever I do, it's good. And, you know, a lot of Game of the Year contenders have come out of Game Pass for me. Like this year even, like Vemba and, I was trying to get fancy there, mixing in some, shurikens, but it didn't work out. Fucked it up. Vemba and, Sea of Stars, all Game Pass. And also I played through Persona 5 Royale earlier this year, and I didn't have to pay for it outright because it was on Game Pass. That said, I did mostly play that on Game Pass that month, and or like for 2-3 months, and at the rate of Game Pass, you can make an argument like that. You could have just bought it and not been on Game Pass, and probably about the same, but whatever. I like Game Pass. I feel like if I wasn't doing like, you know, in addition to like sometimes getting Game of the Year quality games off it, I do on occasion do streams where I pick out like a bunch of Game Pass games, and that's just been a great way to get some value out of it, you know, that I wouldn't necessarily get if I just played the games that I wanted to play and no more. I'm not really I'm not really a big guy for like playing games I missed, generally. But, you know, I do believe it makes a good stream content to play games I missed. Especially when they're free. I like it best when they're free. We have 1 health again, which is not good, but He is glowing, so that is good. Damn it! This game could use a dash. Dash or like something to fall faster. A little more control over the character would be nice. Maybe I guess I should be using the grappling more. And it feels like it's could end up screwing myself. Damn it. Yeah, the dash is definitely helpful in these cases. He goes straight, throws sword, goes up second. Fuck! We're getting close here. I'll say the difficulty is a lot more mild in Sea of Stars, I think. And also, maybe they learned a lesson about accessibility or something in this one. They have all the, like, runes that modulate the difficulty for you. You know. They, like, change it so, like, okay, this system works differently. You can have it so that you don't have to worry about timing. You know. You can make it so that shopkeepers, their prices are half off. That one is pretty expensive, and that one makes me think it's more of a power-up than like a straight, like, cheat mode thing that they are offering you. I feel like there would be no dishonor in using that one, but I haven't used it. Kinda surprised that the rune system seems like it's exclusively for, like, just like cheat mode type stuff. No, I say cheat mode. Accessibility type features. Better to have them and, you know, not use them than to not have them, I suppose. I'll say. Damn it, taking a lot of hits from this thing. Damn it! Coming at me at some weird angles here. This is the most health we've had at this point in the battle. Damn it. Vulnerability. Here we go! Yes! Beautiful. Oh, God. Impossible. That's the fastest I've ever been. Tell me how to end the curse. What curse? Oh, this is bigger than you or me. I'm ending this. Your Demon King is next. Make no mistakes, messenger. None of us are leaving this place alive. If I can't have the scroll, then be destroyed. Okay, it looks like we're gonna have to do an escape sequence. Probably one more level here. We fall? We fall, yes. Oh, hey, the dragon is nice now. I got you, buddy. What the fuck? It talks. I got you, buddy. I guess we're even now. Oh, yeah. What's your name? Manfred. Oh, this is Manfred. What kind of name is that for a sky serpent? Not my birth name. Always wanted to be a butler. Okay. You should dress for the job you want, not the one you have, right? Call me Manfred. Okay, buddy. No time to explain. This is your big moment. That joke may be a little into territory you don't want to joke about. You know, birth names and all. But, whatever. You know, I'm willing to look a little bit askew at that. Go, okay. I see what happened there. You waiting for the Western hero? Look, there's a guy with a gun. Oh, and here we come riding a dragon, just like the guy came riding a thing. You, I see Parmathael failed me again. The reign is over, despot. Aha, you think this is how it works? Know your place, ninja. Our curse is never ending, and your time is up. Hey, check this out. We're at the second twist. I'll probably put the timestamp for second twist a little earlier, I guess. My battery is low. 1 second. Let me, I have a power cord plugged into my couch. Fixed. Alright. Second twist, here we go. As for you, soldier, I can't wait to make my minions make short work of you. That was amazing. You're the Western hero, right? No, Did I travel so far east I made it back to my village from the west? Everything's so different. Did the Tower Time really send me to the future? Hey, I have an important task for you, I think. Pardon? I mean, take this scroll. You need to carry it across the world to the top of the highest mountain. Really? I'm 100% down to leave this outpost. Yes, a messenger is needed. A messenger? Godspeed! Just take the scroll. This is how the game started, by the way. A mysterious traveler came in and said, hey, take this scroll. See ya! And, now we are passing it on to the soldier. And now we teleport away. What? Hey! And so your time as the messenger is up. What do I do now? Well, you could take a few moments to appreciate the reveal that was all just a loop. I wonder if there's gonna be something that clean in Sea of Stars. Or are we gonna get to the end and realize, like, oh shit, the Flesh Master is us! We're the Flesh Mancer or something. You know? Are we going to meet the Flesh Mancer? Or is he just gonna be a mysterious figure, like, way outside the scope of the story for the extent of it? You know? Are we going to go back to the time when the Flesh Mancer was running around? Is any of that going to, like, tie itself quite so cleanly? These are questions I ask as I see this piece of dialogue put it so plainly. No way, I still want to be part of the adventure. We'll get right to that. What do you mean? It's time for you to finally open the cabinet. Really? Yes, go ahead and open it. Please do touch the cabinet. Now he wants us to touch the cabinet. Ready? What's in this cabinet? It's a closet for blue robes. Yes. What did it look like? Well, those don't stand one. Grab one. Hey, now we're a member of the order. I think I hear someone coming. Get behind the counter. Now it's our job to man the counter, basically. That's the twist. Is that the blue robe guys, they're all the previous adventurers. What are you doing? He's just walking like a video game player. in starts and stops. Ah, the messenger. I wasn't expecting you so soon. What is this place? This is the shop. It doesn't look like a shop. Hey, I said the same. I mean, do I look like a shopkeeper? What? Anyway, here's a power-up that'll let you charge your beam. Here's a power-up that lets you charge your beam. Oh, there's upgrades too? Sweet. Oh man, it would be cool if we could play the game from, like, that guy's perspective. He's just jumping around like a dickhead. That's great. That's exactly how I do. This game, it knows. And it's self-aware in a way that's great. I like it. Thank you for the beam charger upgrade, you bet. You know, the way everything looks, it just felt like I should be able to do that. Yes, that's why Raytroid invented it decades ago. Who's Raytroid? Just the follow-up to an earlier joke. I don't get it. Some will. Metroid. Was Metroid where beam charging came from? Probably. Or Mega Man. Mega Man could also be the source. Not sure which one came first as far as charge beam goes. It's kind of boring, but I guess I'm okay. It's been a while since your messenger visited. I don't know. I didn't enter the shop so often myself. You're in the Tower of Time. So it should be automatically taking you forward in time to the next important moment. Which is, either your messenger enters the shop or dies. Oh? Did your messenger die? How would I know that? Use the scrying orb. If Quarble isn't set within 10 seconds, your messenger dies for good. When were you planning on messaging that? Oh no! Damn! Crap. Oh, is it we now? Come on now. We have to look at this holistically. I'll fetch the scroll, hold on. Okay, he's gonna go get it for us. Cool. Okay, so that happened. There was a guy, it seems like he died. So, you're the one who needs to finish this. Really? Yes, really. You aren't really that fit to be a shopkeeper anyway. I'll leave the scroll here. Come join us after you've changed. Okay, so we're not gonna be a shopkeeper. That was, you know, a joke, backstory, whatever. We're gonna continue playing the game. All I'm saying is he's been carrying the scroll for a long time already. It could be dangerous. Exactly what I was foretold in the visions. A born-again messenger will master time itself and end the curse by fighting 2 cycles simultaneously. Warping to 1 to go to the future was risky enough. You think he can sustain doing that constantly? Unless you want to carry the scroll again, I don't see what other choice we have. Besides, we really need to find the remaining music notes. Music box is important. He is the prophet, so yes, I do believe in the prophecy. If you really mean to help the messenger, try to tone down that wannabe epic tone of yours. Careful, heathen! The myths of legend are very complex, and attempts to trivialize their meaning may cause whatever. I'll be in my shop. My guy's gonna tend the shop. The prophet will be your guide. Let's go. Hey, buddy. The messenger rises once more. The mists of time are quite intricate indeed, but fear not, the prophet is here to unravel their meaning. More like the interpret. Then I'm right? Am I right? I will forgive this affront. Behold, messenger! As the Tower of Time's portal nexus activates to help you with your quest. It's a fast travel system. Return here whenever you seek guidance. Go find the things. This is the music box. It is a very relic maintaining the curse on humanity. Don't know what's up with that, and I don't think it has like an equivalent in Sea of Stars. I think it's just its own thing. So what should I do next? Under the Shroud of Night, Crimson Trees shelter a magic note. Willing to be collected. So I think now you can go practically anywhere. Except for the doors that are closed. This portal bout shall be opened from the other side. Yeah, so you have to like navigate to the areas. But, you know, you can go back. Also, there's like one more thing that we'll be able to do, I think, in like a second. Pretty neat. I think they're probably going to get cryptic from now on out with all this profit business. So you probably want to make extensive use of your map. Your map, yes. I don't have a map. Oh my god, I'm just remembering this joke. ... Are you kidding me? I'm telling you, I don't have a map. Okay, let me get this straight. We gave you a scroll. The fate of the whole world seemed to hinge on it. We gave you a hero title relating to it. You carried it for days. That's like 5 hours, not days. Even across time itself. You never even bothered reading it? You're an animal. Turns out the scroll was a map. Press L to open it. You know, I'm not gonna, like, talk too specifically, considering that, you know, I know Andy is not to this point yet, and probably other people are as well, but I'll say there is a map, a magic map of sorts, in, Sea of Stars, once you get to a certain point. I wonder if this is the same map. Then again, I think there is a backstory to this scroll, but maybe the scroll was originally the map, and the powers that have, like, gone onto it have, just, like, you know, have just, like, been, added onto it later. So here's all the areas we went through, and I think that there are, like, further areas that can be added. You see here, Ninja Village, Autumn Hills, Forlorn Temple, Catacombs, Bamboo Creek, Tower Time, Howling Grotto, Quillshroom March, the Searing Crags, the Underworld, the Glacial Peak, and Cloud Ruins. I think Glacial Peak is like the... If this was a Smash game, the Glacial Peak would be like the Smash stage. I mean, it's the title screen, and it's what's on the cover art. You know, the box art, the... Look at there. Well, actually, no, that's just... The colors are the same as the peak, but it's not actually... That actually more looks like forest. Okay, never mind, not the box art. But it's on the title screen, the Glacial Peak is. And it's in the background in a lot of the other levels. I wonder what it looks like. He'll be in the shop. We should probably go to the Glacial Peak real fast. I'm kind of curious. Well, if we can, anyway. I'm kind of curious what it looks like in the future aesthetic. It looks nice, what can you say? Our hookshot is still really short. I feel like there's gotta be an upgrade to that, right? Maybe now that we've gotten to, like, the open world section, which, you know, hey. It would, Hey, you're the staff. 500 years. I'll leave you here. The messenger will need you in the future, he said. 15 minutes in, I was bored. It took you centuries. What exactly is the deal here? I don't know. Ruxton got obsessed with the Blue Robe's history. Said something about how a tower you used to get to the clouds wouldn't be here anymore. So my epic contribution to waiting for you centuries with the cold is apparently simply to beam you up and down as you please. Okay. You need Ruxton's amulet. Okay, I don't have that. Oh, hey, we can go back here, so... No new chat here or anything. But we do get more upgrades. Okay, cool, so... Let's see here. Adds a blue glow to rooms on the area map you can shift between past and future time with. Oh, that's another part of the twist. That we can switch back and forth in time. In certain areas. That's probably pretty good. Defense up. We didn't get that one. HP plus 1. Potions fully heal. And potions fully heal. Potions. Oh, right. The pickups that heal you. Being one with body and soul, you are more resilient. Centered mind. Jerkin pierces 2 targets. Okay, that's cool. Demon's Blade. Attack boost. By mastering patience and focus, you can wait to passively charge your next attack, making it deal triple damage. That's pretty good. But nothing we can afford, so whatever. I'm having trouble understanding the prophecy. Under the shroud of night, Crimson Trees shelter, a magic note, ready to be collected. Ah, really? The prophet gets sillier every day. I'd be happy to mess with him to help you, but I'm gonna need 300 time shards to operate the orb. Okay, no, I know where to go. I'm just fucking around. Yeah, it's the level with the red trees. We gotta at least see. Now that we've gotten to the point where the story opens up and the twist has hit, You know, mostly from here on out, you're gonna be like exploring the world that you've been through before, like finding paths that you couldn't do before. I guess. I mean, I guess a lot of that just comes from the innate time travel ability that you just got. What did he just say? I feel like that looked important. That was the first time we died since the twist, right? Let me see. I'm Corbel's co-worker, Quibble. Apparently, I just had to see the face you make when you fall into pit. Priceless indeed. Okay, so that was just a joke. It's not a thing. Okay, don't worry about it. It's pretty cool, I'll say, when you, like, go back between the time periods. And makes for some, like, you know, classic light zone, dark world, like, navigating spaces by, like, swapping back and forth in time. Oh, here's a great example of it. Hey, these fireflies, they open up a hole in time and let you see, like, the other side. Which is handy because there's platforms in the past that aren't in the future. I wonder if there's a discussion about this. No. You can also just, like... Let's just go into town real fast. Also, hey, there's the mountain in the distance. The box, you know, the title screen mountain. Glacial Peak. Very cool there. Very cool mountain, you know. I can swim, right? So I can go under this. It's not blocking me or nothing. There's also the moon, which I wonder... Are there, like, historical events in this game that, like, affect the moon's state in... Or... No, the other way. Are there things in Sea of Stars that, like, affect what the moon looks like now? Was there something in... I feel like there was something in Sea of Stars where, like, we did something to the moon. Maybe that was just the eclipse. I don't remember. I feel like there's not that many enemies per area where, you know, there's not stuff maybe we would recognize in Sea of Stars other than, like, the stuff that I've already seen. But maybe, hey, I'm still, like, got a ways to go in that game, so, you know. That mountain does look really nice. The purple. Purple is just a good color for a mountain. You know? It's just a great cover for a mountain. And the crimson trees look really nice with the mist. It's a great looking game. You know? Even when it was like NES style, it had style. And speaking of NES style, here's what happens when you switch over. The world just switches over all in full. Like, from that line you cross through, and you're back to the old style, which has, like, a really solid style to it, you know? And now that from here on out, the game is more open-worldy. And more like just, yeah, go wherever you please. You know. Go wherever you please. You have, like, a handful of things to collect. Go ahead and do them. And then, you know, get the job done. We're about back to the village, the starting village. How about we go there, you know, see it in the past, see it in the future, that sort of thing. And then, or is the village destroyed? Yeah, it looks like it might be destroyed. Thought there was a way to undestroy it. Or maybe there's like an enclave here of surviving humanity. Here at the very edge of everything. Here we are in the village. It does look burned down. Ah, but the... Okay, it looks like our guys are still there. The music is amazing! Music's pretty good, yeah. I should have taught you the power of true sight. A warm cup of astral tea. We ran out of leaves. Give me the seed, I'll see what I can do. Find a flower bed and wait centuries. Where the fuck is a flower bed? So these guys are still doing the tutorial stuff even after the world started ending? Okay, shit, I thought you guys were in more dire straits. You know, I thought you guys couldn't fuck around with, like, doing the tutorial again and again. Hey, here's where we started the game. Pretty damn good, and I think this part in particular, where you, you know, are finally, like, free to, like, see both sides, past and present, and, like, platform through them. And you have all these, like, a lot of cases where you're, like, going through both sides, one and then the other, and it's just flowing very naturally. I think that's all, like, super cool. Hey, here we are in the future version of the tree. That's fine, that's nice. We're 5 hours in, but I think I should like to do a little bit more of something. But, in particular, what I want to do is find out what happens after the quest is complete, after the notes are complete. And, well, look, we've already been going 5 hours. It'd probably take another 6 hours or so to actually do that. So what I was thinking is I would go over to the computer, pull up like a YouTube video or something, and we would like go over that to refresh ourselves for the final portions of this game, like to get a full refreshing course. As far as I know, no one has like put together like a simple, straightforward, like 20-minute video that has everything we needed to know. So we might just, I just might pull up like some videos and see if I can just like find the plots within them, you know, or maybe just the ending in particular would be good to know. Anyway, I'm gonna go over to the computer. Like I said at the top now, I have a fancy camera for the computer, same as the one here, which cost a bit of a pretty penny, but you know, I think it's better to have two cameras that are equally good versus one that's great and one that's you know, acceptable. Anyway, let's go overhead and go over there, and then we'll I'll do some stuff with YouTube. Oh. All right. Tracking. Okay, there it goes. Should be following me. Camera. Here, let me check this real fast. Did my hotkeys work? Oh, weird, huh? I need to check my hotkeys for my Stream Deck setup for this camera because it was not on the right place. Cool, okay. Switch to this, and yeah, okay, now it's tracking me. And if I lean back, it'll zoom in. I could do the zoom on that area as well, but I didn't like any of the default settings. I like to have a little bit more control over how zoomed in it is for the couch area. But for the desk, it makes perfect sense. And at the distance I'm usually at, I'm going to be pretty big anyhow. Just because that's how it works. Anyway, I'm going to take down the... Oops. Just grabbing the old Stream Deck real fast. I'm gonna bring down the HDMI, the gameplay, and that means you won't be able to hear the game anymore. Perfect. That's what was intended. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull up some YouTube. Let me just pull up a browser window. And get, like, YouTube up. All right, just 1 second. Let me get that on screen. Let me... How exactly are we going to do this? Oh, you know what? I think I have the thing for this. Okay, I got the browser window up. This is all kind of a little bit improvised, so excuse me while I get this up. I have Chrome right here. I put here YouTube Chrome. Why is it small? That shouldn't be small. Capture cursor, capture area, yes. Force SDR, that shouldn't be necessary. Reset transform, that'll do it. What? Oh, there it is. There's YouTube. Why is it not? Oh, right, because it's let me just go into full screen then. There we go. Right then, you should be seeing Chrome, but let me go ahead and get the audio. We need some audio. I'll just pull up a random YouTube video. White noise. And let me see if I have an audio source already set up to capture Chrome audio. If not, I will do that. Just pull up some white noise real fast. Oh. What the hell? Oh, hang on. I got it set to the wrong audio source. 1 sec. Set this to my headphones so I can hear it. Set it like yay. And let me go over here. And no, I don't believe I have any. Let me add a application audio. Wait, I have Chrome audio as existing. Chrome audio. I have it right here. Let me put Chrome audio into stream audio. Delete this Chrome audio. And make sure Chrome audio is getting this window. And let me see. And I'm going to turn it on. You getting it? Looks like you're getting it. Cool. Okay. Looks like that's working. The Messenger. No commentary. Full playthrough. Let's go with that. And just button through this real fast to see if to see the parts that we're not going to get to here. Let's see now. We're about, okay. We're about like 5 hours in. We're about where they were at the 3-hour point. So you can see most of the game is ahead of where we're at. So I think it makes sense to just go ahead and start poking around here. And by the way, you can see there's all sorts of neat stuff like, let's see here. There's all sorts of neat stuff where you like pop through one time portal. I already lost where the part I was looking at was. Where you can pop through one time portal and do a whole thing and just like pop back and forth between the times strategically in a way that's pretty neat and really like expands the amount of gameplay that this game gets out of, like, you know, the tool set that it has. I'm gonna full screen this. Maybe could be a bit louder. Probably a bit louder, yeah. How's that for volume? Does that work? Is that good? I want to make it like roughly comparable with what we had, but it's hard to judge a little bit. Just looking at the mixer, you know. Well, I guess I can use my mic test thing that I have. This sounds fine. So yeah, you run around, you get the time things. What does this say? Okay. Materialized from the repeating intention of countless villagers wishing for the messengers of well over the past cycles, it is one of the notes needed to create a melody to break the curse. Oh, that's a little hot. What the hell? Okay. So I guess each note will have, like, some sort of relevant piece of text. You can also go back to town. Find secrets. That's cool. Oh, there was a guy. Let's see what that guy's deal is. Is this a weird way to see, like, the rest of the game to refresh? Maybe. I think the way that those work is you hit them, it like expands. It like expands the time once you like hit the bubble. Also, the crypt looks cool in either time zone. That is cool. Okay, I'm just gonna button through. Okay, more text over here. Okay, here's the stuff where a note addressed to the messenger. Okay. This is the stuff where that guy we saw earlier, his locket was left to us. We traveled 500 years in the future. I meant it when I said I was done being evil. I have planned for my relic to come to your aid. First is the amulet. Also left the staff on top of Glacial Peak. It will answer you as long as you have the amulet. Was there anything else? This guy is, like, newer than Sea of Stars, so I don't think it's really relevant, but I do think it's curious. And he also gives hints. Got the amulet. That's cool. Oh, it looks really. This one looks really nice in like the HD, you know, a 16-bit version. I'm gonna scroll forward until I see. Suppose I should pull up to make it so that it's minute. Time stuff. There's another bit of text. Let's stop there. Oh shit! Time to prevent the dumb brothers from waiting to death. Okay, so they didn't age. The tree outlived them, basically. Oh, and that's totally where you'll plant the thing, isn't it? if you want to do that again. So they'll chug. What happens when they chug? Don't move, little guy. Oh, they'll throw you again. And they'll throw you somewhere good. Where are they throwing you? There are additional areas that we haven't been? Maybe that's the secret, right? Is that, you know, there's another area where... Oh, it just looks like another part of the crag. Probably an area you'll need to go to find, the notes. That transition from one to the other is really cool. As well. In any case, you know. Okay, let's keep on scrolling. Okay, right here, more text. Here's a candle for you. Power True Sight. What is that? An ordinary wax candle. Ah, it's just a light. Okay. It's just a light, so I guess in, like, dark areas, they'll be lit up now? Or maybe it's like, hang on, there was some stuff going... Oh, that's the upgrade that lets you see, like, Is that jump different? After he's doing the grapple, he does a little spin. I forget if he did that before. Either way, it's cool. Cool to do spin. We might have seen just, like, everything we need to for, like, context here, other than, like, the ending. Maybe we should just skip directly to the ending here. Other than this, it's just, like, exploring the world, doing some side things, which are cool, but probably not strictly relevant, you know? Unless these orders happen to survive for, like, millennia between the games, you know? We've seen enemies. Those enemies are relevant. In a lot of cases. Hell, maybe some of the ones I didn't even recognize are maybe... Okay, so one of the notes was forced into being by the feats of strength. Okay. What do you do in this shop? Oh, it's just using the shop to fast travel. That guy continues to give hints for areas you need to go. And if you pay the guy, he'll just point on the map where you need to go. Exactly, you know, down to the area. I think we pretty much got most of what's gonna happen, though. I did just see a bit of text here. Let's zoom in here. Try to find it. How did you get so close to the underworld? Okay, so collecting the Phobikins is like a side thing, as is getting abilities. It looks like there were a few more abilities for us to get. Holy crap, you can walk on lava. You know, there is the thing. There's like a prophecy thing involving paths on water. I wonder if that's like related. Probably not. When did he get that? Let me see if he has it, like, here-ish. Like, he is not able to walk on water here. Trying to find, like, where you get the walk on water ability. That is pretty cool. There is some undersea stuff in Sea of Stars, which I don't know if I've seen the full extent of that. And, you know, clearly it looks like this area is, like, maybe built by some undersea civilization. I don't know. could be relevant to Sea of Stars, you know? Oh, hey, here we go, here we go. Boots. They're magic boots. You got the Lightfoot Tabby. You can now run on liquid surfaces by holding R, right trigger. Make sure you keep moving. Okay, so there are boots that let you walk on water. That could be relevant. You know, paths on water, prophecy, what does that mean? Maybe something like this. Maybe eventually you'll be able to walk over water. What would that give us? I don't know. I am not sure what that accomplishes, actually. Now, actually, hang on. This looks very familiar. Back. Look, that moon, sun. Moon, sun. Okay, fuck, we found something here. This is, on the left, there's the moon. On the right, there's the sun engraving. This is some sort of Solace Shrine. We just saw the map. The sunken shrine is a sunken shrine of the eclipse religion, the solstice religion. Damn, that's cool. Shit. Just think if we hadn't like started popping around, we wouldn't have seen this very important connection. It seems to involve 2 sockets that you have to socket in. Probably need a sunstone and a moonstone, right? So it's all eclipse related. And yeah, you can see like there's a clear like sun moon like iconography all over. I bet there's gotta be some like going to that guy and ask like, hey, what's up with this area? Unfortunately, without like traveling there ourselves or finding like a video that like archives all those conversations in particular. That staff, hang on. That staff looks like a lot like the staff that the headmaster has in Sea of Stars. Look at that. That's the headmaster's staff. Moon with a little orb in the middle. Okay, let's button through real fast. See if we can find where he gets an orb. Gets one of the things. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Here we go. Current area. Let's go. This place looks ancient. Oh, you noticed? We're not clear on what the sunken shrine really is, other than the ruins of a religion long forgotten. The solstice religion from Sea of Stars. Alright, important connection here. The prophet thinks it was built to worship legendary heroes who ascended into guardian gods. That is supposedly part of the lore of the solstice, is that some like solstice warriors can ascend into gods as pairs. I'm not sure if, you know, what the deal is with that. Is that the fate that awaits us? I don't know. But that is something that is set up in Sea of Stars. So, shit, this whole area is like a great big, important piece of setup. Funny that he didn't comment on the obvious, like, sun and moon, like, aspects of it, but, you know, I'll say, like, the parts that he did mention are way more specific to Sea of Stars. You know, the guardian deity bit, and, like, ascension as an idea. Okay, so there's a sun crest. It just looks like a thing. You'd surely have to go a while longer to get the moon crest. Okay, shit, this is... Oh, hang on. What is this? This seems very important. I'm gonna back up. Here we go. Very important to Sea of Sea of Stars, very important to the lore bit here. This could be the protagonists of the regular game. I don't know. Like, I don't know what awaits us. I don't know if we're ascending, or if someone else ascends, or if we make these, or what the fuck. But this could be us, or it could be some other guys from our religion who ascended. Welcome to adventure. You must be wary. Allow the sanctity of this place to mend your wounds and invigorate your spirit. We are proud of all you could achieve on your own. What is this place? Yeah. This shrine and its history matter little now. A tragic fate has befallen this world indeed. Look, there's a bunch of little worshiper guys in like below the things. Eons ago, we were its guardians. Are you gods? Some would say that. As the root of wisdom grew more distant with each passing generation, humans took their security for granted and let faith aside. Devoid of worshippers, our power slowly faded. Sounds like this is like the gods that we worship. Not necessarily, or the ones we draw our power from, not necessarily us. The world was vibrant before the flood. Your world was a vibrant sight before the flood. Okay. I think Sea of Stars might be post-flood, because there are places where you can sort of see, like, yeah, it looks like there's shit under the sea. So I think this was made before the flood, and also the religion died after the flood. Question mark. Powerful curse befell the only piece of land. Or maybe it flooded further. Maybe it flooded further at some point. I don't know. Implication of our story would make... Go back. Guardians, how long ago was this? The implications of our story would make little sense to denizens of a fallen world. A fallen world? Your world. Its connection to the stars has long been severed. This seems very important. What the hell? As if to say, like... Yes, okay, so the sun and the moon, right? That is, like, the key point of Sea of Stars, right? This key, like, part of their religion, right? But I guess also, you could say that they are very astrologically bound. Maybe it's just, like, their religion in general is linked to... Since they're linked to celestial objects, maybe that's why it's called Sea of Stars. Because the stars is just like a reference to the cosmos, you know? And the sun and the moon are like chief among the stars in this like ordering of the realms. In the same way that like planets were once considered like stars that moved weird, you know? And I guess the sun is technically a star, for what it's worth, but you know, we sort of categorize them differently, I would say. They're special categories of celestial objects. Increasingly helpless in the face of impending doom, we crystallized the last of our energy so that when the time would come, it could support humanity's final hope. That final hope, messenger, is you. As we have since the day you were born, we will be watching over you. Now receive our final gift to the world. It's a music note, one of the ones you need. That was pretty involved, shit. And like super ultra relevant to Sea of Stars, to the point where it's like, oh, this is what we were looking for as far as Key of Love, huh? That also suggests that whoever it is that ascended and become gods, if that is the case, were in love. I don't think there's romance in Sea of Stars per se, but maybe some gods are, and maybe some pairs of like solstice warriors are. Well, goddamn, that was relevant. That was important. I'm glad we did this stupid YouTube thing Just like searching for YouTube clips that could be relevant. And I say clips, what I more mean is just hitting left and right and looking at the VOD real closely. You know, come to think of it, you can see that sun and moon thing by the shape of the teleporter. What does it look like when one goes in? Makes a slam and then does a thing. 3 music notes. So what should I do next? Tower of Time HQ, I just noticed that. Okay, I feel like we might have seen everything we need to see. So let's just step through nice and slow, see if we see any dialogue on the way. Okay, something to do with ice here. Manfred, what happened? Okay. Hey, buddy. It's a long and embarrassing story. The elemental Skylands are in danger and I need your help. What are those? They regulate the climate. If you don't take care of it soon, you'll find the demon curse to be the least of your concerns. Maybe the red and the blue has to do with, like, ice, you know, lunar versus solar alignment or something. Fire versus ice. In Sea of Stars, blue is lunar is ice, and sun is solar is fire. Hey, that's the... Who's this? Seems you have a real shot of breaking this curse on your world. Used to be a messenger too. That's the monk from earlier! Her travel was to travel to the past, whereas you travel to the future. Well, we all can do that. It's kind of the thing that we do as these ones. I don't know when she got purified, but I guess she got purified. Not super, like, irrelevant, I guess. Wait, there's a big robot. What? Let's see this whole conversation. Not gonna lie to you, buddy, this is bad. What's going on? It seems like the Demon King managed to corrupt the Clockwork Concierge. What is that? That sounds cool. It's a big robot that tends to his place. He's like a butler superstar. Anyway, I was gonna handle it himself, but make the robot invincible? The Skylands make the robot invincible. I'll drop you on the Skylands. So there's some Skylands here. And probably also in Sea of Stars. Skylands abound. Oh, I think this is gameplay. I think at this point in the game, you do like a shooter sequence. That's fun. Is there anything... I wonder if there's any, like, I'm gonna pull this up and drag it a bit. Till we see some more dialogue. I thought I put it right where the dialogue was, but I guess I wasn't that precise. Right there's the dialogue, but... Oh, are we at the, like, center line? Okay, we're at the center line. I don't parse that much on YouTube, I guess. Like, looking for specific parts. Oh, that's... I think I went back. Okay, right here. Wait, what? Why are the same conversation multiple times here? What's this conversation? This is the monk who bought the butterfly matriarch to restore the sanctuary. She was corrupted. Okay, so the fairies restored her. That's what happened. The primal fear. What are you doing here? The butterfly matriarch's alright. It's Marsh. What have I done? Alright. So that's how she got, like, purified. There's some cool side quests you do that, like, you know, have a major impact of the world and shit. Let me stop here. Looks like there's some weird machines up in these elemental sky islands. That's cool. Kinda looks corally. These, like, you know, sky vegetation. There's the robot. He is indeed butlery. That was accurate. Let's see what they say. So after you beat him, he goes, "Huh? Hey, welcome back. Who are you people and where's my hose?" What? Hose? Clockwork concierge. I need to get back to my skylines presently. He's like British. Gotcha. Snapped you out of a demon spell. Rude of me to let such a deed go unrewarded. Probably a music note. Core materialized a very unique place. Here it is. It's the music note. We got it. Probably not relevant to Sea of Stars, but hey, maybe this robot will appear in Sea of Stars. Maybe he predates Sea of Stars. That's quite possible. Quite possible. Manfred. Yes, you have the perfect name for an apprentice. What did he say? What is that? Aggress your vocabulary. Needs to be more British, I guess, is the idea. Is his thought. Hang on, what? Let's see what... He said something about a second playthrough. Well, that happened. Man threw down the messengers, saved the world. Can you believe it? Yeah, that was quite the adventure. When all this is over, that event alone is totally worth a second playthrough, if you ask me. Just playing it again. Okay. And if you want to go to the Skylands, you can do it again. Okay. Could be relevant, but I feel like we might have seen. Look at all those items. I think some of them are like quest related, but other than them are just like cool abilities and stuff. Let's scroll a little further. We're nearing the end here. But basically, that looks like... Okay, there's a boss fight against the big guy. I don't think this big guy is relevant to see... I don't think this big guy is, like, relevant to you know... To Sea of Stars. But, probably an important part of this game, so we should just have a quick look. Refresh ourselves. Hang on. Well, this is it. Well, this is it. This is what? Your shot taking down the Demon King. Feel ready. I hope you are. We lost too many messengers to him already. Good luck. The worm has come to play. This is the throne. Just looks like a throne. Just looks like a big old throne with a bunch of demon statues. I would be surprised if there was a throne like this in Sea of Stars. I feel like this dude made this throne, or like modified it specifically for him. What'd he say? He can't help you anymore. Yeah, he's dead. Or something. You're gonna have to do it yourself. Looks like a cool boss fight, eh? What is this area? The abyss stares at you? What the hell? Okay, let's... Using the power of a regal demon relic, the artificer shall send the messenger to the very future he means to prevent. Okay, so in this game, you go farther into the future then. And the artificer is the one who does it, and it's this dude in this weird lab. And that's exactly the size for a crown. For a crown. So go into the Vis. You're brought to like the weird demon future. The future if the demons win. The moon is destroyed. There's stuff flying around the sky. If you open like holes to the past, it just like eats up the stuff. That's cool. There's stars in there. It's like a Sea of Stars. I wonder if there'll be something like that in Sea of Stars, you know, like literal voids being opened up, and as if to reveal these stars. And the sea of them. Seems relevant. Seems relevant. That's pretty cool. There's also like weird eyes and like some clear like Lovecraftian things going on. Seems like a whole thing. I like it. You know what? There's just like a couple. Let me just let's. Oh shit. Hang on, let's see the point where you get the thing. You got the Key of Courage. Okay, the Note of Courage. It's called the Key of Courage. These are called keys. Appearing the only one that ventured into the biggest unknown is one of the notes needed to create a melody that will break the curse. Okay. And here comes like a big bad guy who chases you back. He's like massive, holy shit. Multiple eyes. Kind of like a big demon whale. That's pretty cool. Alright. One second, I'm gonna grab my phone real fast. Alright, I think this is basically the end game here. There's a whole big story dump that they did. Let's see that and think about it, and see if it has anything to do with Sea of Stars. There was an abomination, yeah? Sick! Yeah, that's right, it was sick. And a music notes. Yeah, that's right, all the music notes are together. That and the shopkeeper has to do the dishes for a whole week. Ah, he bet against the messenger. The shopkeeper did. The chat is not here. The lore jump is with this guy, the prophet man. The scroll shall meet its maker. Yeah. So here is the last area then. Melody is complete. Okay, what's next? Heck if I know. What? My knowledge is limited to the prophecy, which ends with gathering all the music notes. Well, someone here has to know. Indeed, brave messenger. It is time for the first of our order to share with you the origins of the curse. Okay. Be right back. This better be important. Behold, the melody is complete. Possible. You near the end? Yeah, this is near the end. So what's up? Give the lore dump, and we'll just probably like button from here to like the main final boss, and that should about do it. I was really happy to show you the place, and you said it didn't look like a shop. He was really upset about that. Have you been bitter the whole time? Just small talk. Yeah, whatever, dude. It's behind us now. Forgiven. It's about time I filled you in on what was really going on here. Here we go. Okay, here's what's really going on. Eons ago, there were civilizations of kinds that lived in the clouds, protecting the world. Okay, we saw the ruins earlier. Yes, the cloud ruins, we know. There's the land again. Remember what it looks like. Mountains on the left side, stuff in the middle, forest on the left. Centuries went by in harmony, until one day they watched the world suffer a massive flood. Only a single piece of land remained. That's this part. This whole land. I guess multiple pieces of land exist in Sea of Stars, so I guess all the other pieces of land like flooded further. But it looks like to me like there was flooding before Sea of Stars, so jot that down. Humanity gathered its survivors, and a formidable couple stepped out to be their leaders. Who was this formidable couple? And do you think they have any... There was one with a beautiful voice and an otherworldly ability to create mesmerizing trinkets, the Muse. And there was also the stoic, fearless, and mysterious Phantom. I thought it was Prophet for a second. I do wonder if these are characters that we know. Like, is this the fate of some characters that's, that we know? Like, are these the playable characters, for instance? I think not. Because I don't think they look like them. After a decade of relative stability, the skies became flashing red as if a war was being waged against the sky giants. And then out of the clouds came the army of Demers, the destroyer of worlds. Okay, so there's things that are like going from realm to realm, destroying realms. And that includes the Fleshmancer, and also the demons. With humanity's protectors soon to be extinct, the Phantom inspired everyone to prepare. The demon army was too strong, the temple was lost, and the Muse was killed while trying to protect her people. Fighting back, the Phantom picked up her final creation to keep as a memento, a music box. Abandoning the temple to the Demon King, he led the last survivors of his race to the western edge, which is where humanity held out for, like, the rest of the time immemorial. Just staying on the western edge and occasionally, like, venturing in to do a video game. That final stand proved successful, and after instructing his people to rebuild and stay hidden, the Phantom pushed his luck. Yeah, I don't know if this Phantom is any character we know. He's kind of looks like a fancy lad. Like a Phantom of the Opera type, I guess. He darted towards the temple, in a foolish attempt to take down the Demon King. Insulted by the boldness of this broken being, the Demon King opted for a punishment worse than death. Corrupting his love's memento with demon magic, he turned Phantom's music box into a tether to the human realm. Which basically, they're gonna say it in a second. I kind of watched this like the other day, this part in particular. Every 500 years, they would come back to torture humanity until they abandoned all hope and surrendered to extinction. So basically, the demons leave, and then they come back every 500 years to do it all over again, because they're dicks. The Phantom is forced to wear a cursed mask, which would steal his mind and keep him in a state of distress. I think he's trapped. Inserted into the music box, he will play the organ forever to keep the relic's magic alive, and thus bring the demons back repeatedly. So we gotta stop him from playing his instrument, basically. In both mental and physical prison, he would be the one to ensure the cursed legacy was maintained. His will was strong, offering lapses of sanity where he could tap into his growing understanding of demon magic. This has to do with the scroll. The fight to get rid of the curse would last centuries, so his people would need the ability to cooperate across generations. And so, he made the scroll. I wonder if he made it from, like, the magic map that I know exists in Sea of Stars. You know, if he, like, expanded upon the potential that it had. Hero scroll imbuing it with enough power to attune its carrier to time magic. That's smart. And that's why you need to hold it for long enough where you, you know, get the ability by the second act, right? Before losing his mind completely, he teleported the scroll to his people's hideouts, from which they managed to deliver it, and things the mind cannot stand. What does that mean? The scroll let them see strange manifestations, things not every mind could stand. You mean the Temple of Time? Only a few brave adventurers had a strong enough will to carry the scroll. They called them messengers. And look at them, they come in a variety of forms. Modern looking, not modern looking robots. So, society has gone back and forth a lot in the last, whoever knows how long. With the ability to step through space-time tears, they had access to the void. Messengers from all time periods would soon gather there, the perfect meeting point for their endless war. That's cool. This is cool. I guess also this is to say, like, yeah, there could be people from, like, so many time zones appearing in, like, you know, that are playing a role of Sea of Stars, and that could be an element that is worth considering. And I do have my suspicions something like that is going on. I think everyone does. After a few incidents of more primitive messages going into shock, they opted to conceal their appearance. Blue robes, you know, can't go wrong with that. Doesn't look too sci-fi, basically. Thus, the Order of the Blue Robes was founded, and together they built their headquarters, the Tower of Time. So, you don't be like, what the fuck? You're a cowboy? What the fuck? You're like a space mutant? What? You're like a, whatever the fuck, you know? You're like a regular human archer from, like, the 21st century. Okay. You're like a Viking. Ah. Now, we're all just blue robes. Relaxed. Don't worry. With the support of the blue robes, after many cycles, the music box was reclaimed from the Forlorn Temple. And then they started doing, the notes. A new hope was found that day. It was too powerful just to be destroyed. Hole 9. Mysterious forces of the world started materializing in the form of magical musical notes. I'm betting that music is not quite as important a theme in Sea of Stars. Though there is, like, the pirates, they do have, like, a musical edge to them. The pirates do play music. So there is some of that, but not, like, in the main party. You know, so much. What was that? Let me see. After one particularly gifted messenger managed to find 2 of them, an idea emerged, an idea crazy enough it might work. If they create a melody strong enough to breach the protector spell, maybe a messenger would be able to enter and rescue the Phantom. So there you have it. Not sure what you'll find inside the music box, but we have one shot. This is it. Go ahead, go do it. Be on your guard. His mind will have summoned all sorts of crap. So it's sort of a conceptual thing there. And by the way, let me say, again, we are not actually playing the game at this point. I am just trying to see, like, all the story. I pulled up our YouTube video to see the end so I could be, like, fully refreshed and also get as much relevant information for Sea of Stars as possible, you know? A little bit of a refresher on this stuff. Let's pop forward more. I think that this, I think from here we're pretty much good to go. There's not that much we need to see more other than the actual ending and see if that's, like, relevant to Sea of Stars. Which it might be in ways, hey. But I feel like the temple that was, like, in the part where we started doing YouTube stuff is, like, the biggest connection. You know, that was clearly the religion of the solstice guys. Curious if he goes in there and has a discussion. But let's hop forward. Curious if he goes inside and if there's, like, last text. I mean, I guess I could open it up on my own. I do have a complete clear save that we could jump in and see any. Okay, here we go. Last conversation in the thing. Maybe. Let's see these chats. Current area and level boss. This is it. This last chance to take care of unfinished business? That's right. Before the big end is a frog's ass watertight? I have no idea. Maybe. Is a human's ass watertight? Is everything's ass watertight? You know, it might be. The ass is pretty good. I think I hear the Phantom's tune. Yes, the time has come. Any advice? Sorry, all we know is that the curse is very strong. You'll need to do this one on your own. Okay. Godspeed, messenger. Any stories? Okay, last story, hey. There might have been others that we missed along the way, but whatever. Or didn't see. Little boy stuck in the well. Wasn't really clear why he was in there. People assume he fell once playing or someone pushed him. In truth, he had jumped in there himself. Doesn't sound like relevant to Sea of Stars. If this happens in Sea of Stars, I will be surprised. A deep desire to share his ideas. His will lay broken. I don't quite understand that sentence, but whatever. That's why the well suited him perfectly as a place to hide. He could be alone with his stories, with no one to walk him or judge him. A safe life, unfortunately, but at least sheltered from rejection. One day he was role-playing. A wanderer looked down the well. Is this gonna be him? Is this gonna be about this guy right here? Getting the scroll? No, probably not. He did say he had a lot of stories. Wait, the guy said, sorry about the noise, and the well remained silent after that. The wanderer, patient and compassionate, sat by the well for all that time. His mind was already made up. He would do whatever it took to get that little boy out of there so that he could share his stories with the world. The creative flame in that little boy's heart refused to die. Eventually he started role-playing again. And so the wanderer very cautiously started interacting with him again, telling him stories that were entertaining. Nothing to be ashamed of. The friendship built, and a few months later, the wanderer and the little boy were sitting together in the well, laughing and sharing stories. The wanderer went down the well. It became habitable. A bunch of people came and jumped in. I think I'm not the only one who would like to hear your stories, the wanderer mused. I'm afraid of climbing out. It's okay, the wanderer reassured him. Let me know when you're ready. There's gonna be a twist. The boys became more focused and more imaginative. He came out. He would build this world and show it to everyone. The wanderer helped him climb out. What's the twist? What's the twist ending? Mercy Phillip. What? The little boy shared his ideas with the creators of all crafts, and is surprised they wanted to help build it. Ah, this is a story of the Patreon. No, not the Patreon, the Kickstarter. This is a story of how this game came to be. The small team was put together, and he officially became a writer, and they made the game. There's also a area of the game of Sea of Stars that's like, hey, here's all the backers. You know, all the people who made this world, wink wink. And I think that's also pretty cute. More backer name. Are these backer names or are these... Mercy Martin? Mercy Michael? Mercy Felipe? Jean-Luc? Why do they all start with Mercy? That's like a thing in like French or something, right? It's like merci. I don't know what it means. Okay, let's see. So here's the final boss fight. Guy goes ... There's a visitor, what the fuck? Are you okay? Hey man, I'm just here to get you out. There's the muse on the organ. She doesn't look like anyone I know. Who are you? Did you get my message? Yes, we have your message right here. It's a map. How dare you? What the fuck? I'm here to help. You've been cursed. Cursed? It's all truth then, right? What the fuck? All of it. But you can end this now. Take the mask off and you'll be good. I am not your enemy, man. How long has it been? Did someone really get my message? Okay, so he's breaking out of it on occasion. But the mask is controlled for every time it's read. Lies, lies, lies. I am here to set you free. I shall have none of it. Prepare to die. And then there's a boss fight. It looks pretty fun. Look at that, there's a little bit of 3D there at the very last thing. I hope there's a little bit of 3D at some point in Sea of Stars too. That'd be a fun like little thing to throw in there. You know, while you're fucking around with different kinds of graphical presentations, you know? I bet you there's gonna be something like that to be found in like late game Sea of Thieves. Or sorry, I said Sea of Thieves again. I feel like I've said Sea of Thieves. I was thinking earlier, like, did I say Sea of Thieves? I definitely said Sea of Thieves that time. Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars. Sea of Thieves just sounds a little more natural than Sea of Stars, I guess. I don't know. Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars. Okay, he's defeated. It looks like he's all stunned there. And, take the mask off, it gets destroyed. He stands up. The mask ghost fucks off. And now he's back to normal. And he looks like just a old guy with yellow blonde hair who's kind of really dapper. I don't think this is the main character of Sea of Stars. I don't think this is the guy. He doesn't have the right skin color. For the male lead, the fire guy. This must be a new character entirely, or one that possibly would appear somewhere in Sea of Stars, but not in a major role. I don't know. She knew she should have gone. We made it. It's finally over. It's the Phantom. Do you want to try the challenge, Tower of Chime challenge I designed? Oh, that's fun. Give him some time. He had a ride. Yep. I've been waiting for this moment ever since I was given the scroll. Yeah, man. This is the ending. Relax. Relax. Oh no! The curse! Mask energy. Don't want to go back, I can't. All those walls. You're safe now, man. It's here! Help! Alright. Big masks there. And there's just like a little bit more cutscene here. The curse grew in power as we fought the war, and when it got out, it's really powerful. Yeah, don't give up, guys. Something will be done. Do the thing, yeah, do the thing, real fast. The order is down to 3. I guess it's weird that, like, you know, that, like, I guess, like, the blue robes, they died off over time. As, like, iterations happen. Even with, like, the ability to transcend time. That's how they got down to 3. They become the mech one more time that we saw, like, hour or 2 ago. Or 3 ago. You know, before we started YouTubing. You mash a button. Probably A or B, depending on the platform. And mash harder in particular. And let's just come on, let's go. Okay. And then the thing gets destroyed. Happy ending. Don't know if that's like relevant to Sea of Stars, but hey, those are some stars right there. In a sort of a C-type formation. There were the people who made it. The title screen. The messenger. The people. You know, all the people that were involved. You'll watch the credits, maybe, on your own time. But let's just see the final scene here, which is post-credits. I know that there is a post-credit scene. Like I said, I did check this video beforehand. Or not this video, I checked a different video that was just the ending. But we found, I think, some interesting stuff in the rest of the game that we had yet to play, so I think it was worth doing. This song is good, I like this song. The mask shattered into pieces, and the humanity was finally rid of the demon curse. Hey, look at that. That's a cowboy. That's the new protagonist. Wow, talk about a long story. Yeah, right? Anything else I can help you with? I don't know. I can't afford any upgrades at the moment. Well, do you have any other stories to share? Of course, here's one for you. And he just continues on telling stories about, like, maybe time long past, or whatever. And then it says, to be continued. And you know what? That's, what the fuck is Picnic Panic? Hang on. I don't know this DLC. What? Okay. Hang on. I think I saw that this happened somewhere. I think I Googled and saw that there had been DLC, but I didn't think about it. Let's look at this real fast, just to get a basic idea. Okay, we've seen the ending. We've seen other stuff. Let's look at what Picnic Panic is. What is going on? My devices are reacting as if a portal to another dimension has opened. It's fine. I'm supposed to be the one open to portals. I'm telling you, it's fine. It's the messenger leading for a side adventure? Yeah. And do you think you will be able to do the thing? You will do the thing. I don't know. Because it's not a real adventure if you don't do the thing. What's the thing? There's a jukebox. It's just a quick trip to Voodkin Island, where Voodkin Island never merged with our mainland. I'm sure nothing of note will happen. So it's another dimension, basically. Okay, so there was some dimension hopping in the Messenger DLC anyway. I wonder if there will be dimension hopping in Sea of Stars. Or time hopping, either one. Very much a possibility. Messenger just... What is that? What is that? Don't forget when you are entering an alternate reality, which you must prevent. Just don't forget you are entering an alternate reality, which you must prevent at all costs. I will handle these two. Prevent at all costs. In an alternate timeline, far off the coast of Messenger Island, I'll say that looks a little bit like... I mean, I guess it's a jungle river. How many jungle rivers can there be? But it kind of looks like a jungle river in the Sea of Stars. I wonder if, like, Sea of Stars is in an alternate dimension as well, where, like, all the islands, where the flooding did happen, but everything is still separated. There's some Vodkins having a thing. As fate would have it, a demon general appeared and did some stuff to the picnic. Only one hero could travel against dimensions and rescue the Phobokins and foil Barmathael's plan. Unless it was all a trap. Why, hello there. Elder, I was teleported here, but I don't know where I'm supposed to go. And you are? I am part of the clan. Not in this reality. I'm a real ninja. You taught me yourself. It's a different reality, man. We get it. Which means my time better be spent helping than asking questions. Very tall and apparently evil being came in peace away at the docks for the messenger. Said he had an offer for him. Head to these docks. No need to wear a disguise. Okay, what's the deal here? What? You clearly don't need a tutorial. Maybe that was the case in the original if you talked to these guys earlier on. Or like later on, like, oh man, this is a tutorial. You're good. Oh hey, that's the Ruxtin guy. He was good in our timeline. Okay, so Ruxtin had a role to play in this. Sort of a Ruxtin-based adventure. Well, I was thinking of calling my buddy Manfred to fly me. And ruin his internship with the Clockwork Concierge. I'm sort of confused, like... Okay. How much of the stuff from the main game already happened in this timeline? I guess that's the thing about going timeline hopping. Everything is weird. And it's hard to know exactly what's what in each reality. I'll take you to Vodkin Island. Hop on. So that guy takes you to Vodkin. What, there's like a fucking navigation thing? That's funny. I guess that's like an extension of the dragon minigame thing. I guess for DLC you want something like this, right? Something involved. What the fuck? They redid the shop for the DLC? That's funny. It does look more like a shop now. Messenger, hey. Excuse me? Well, it's like the Tiki shop or whatever. Oh, you're one of those. One at who? Here's an interesting thing. One of those. I feel like I've seen that specific phrasing regarding a character in Sea of Stars. You're one of those. You're one of them. You know, referring to someone who is, perhaps out of place in a way. And I'm thinking maybe that is a very good hint, as if you needed a hint, that there's some sort of dimension hopper. Or perhaps also a time hopper. Could be a time hopper. No, I just like the Tiki shop. Sure, let's disregard that this is just the shop to me. And I would probably perceive the one from yours as like the arcane shop, or whatever. After all, I'm the one visiting here, right? Name your town when people take turns saying what country they came from. Welcome to the shop. You should be able to see the time rifts now. Voodkin Island, huh? Yeah. Enjoy the tropics and try not to harm the little Voodkin too much. They're not evil. Okay, you know what? Let's read. Let's read this. What's wrong? Look, I accepted long ago that our conversations wouldn't be the most engaging, but talking about the weather? Come on. Okay, that's fair. I don't need a story. I feel like we're good with stories. Of course I do. Does this area look like it's part of a tacked-on wannabe Metroidvania to you? ... Which story will it be? Maybe I could call you about the evil genie who's always corrupting the owner's wishes. So the one who can fly can never land. The one who's asking to know everyone can never talk or write. Sure. Or maybe the little boy who wanted to be a warrior and became a sword swallower after hearing that we are what we eat. Oh, that's cute. Ugh. Alright. Yeah. Still, new customers would come in. They had an infinite amount of space. How can rent a room if there's no vacancy? This is a classic question about infinite numbers. A hotel with infinite rooms. You know, if you have infinite guests, can they be filled up? Will there always be a room? New customer would always get room number 1 and ask the next person to room the 2, and the same for 3 and ever. Yeah, that's a classic thing. It works! There would always be a next room to go to, and ask the customer there to move over to the next one. And while that was certainly bound to cause discomfort for an unfathomable amount of people, the fact remained that every new customer would get a new room, despite no vacancy. That's sorta neat. Anyway. Housekeeping costs, jeez. They'd eventually decide there should be boundaries. It had to be finite. Infinity, haha. That's a dad joke. Changing the word spelling to infinity and inverting its meaning. The end. Okay. I can't believe this. You dragged me through all that just for a stupid pun at the end. I mean, it's a classic story. It's a classic parable, math scenario. I don't know the word. Yeah, infinite plus 1 works. Okay, you got it. Okay. Are there, like, extra power-ups there? Looks like, no, I don't think so. Well, this DLC looks cute. I don't think I necessarily would be all that, like... I don't know, I think I got my fill. Originally. There's, you're collecting, like, max pieces. Apparently it goes with the voodoo feathers you can find in the open sea surfing area. It's certainly yield more. Will something cool happen if I collect all of them? Well, yeah, I guess. There are those voodoo guys, or those like, weird little guys who probably maybe come up. Some of them seem to be, like, actually attacking you. I bet they'll come up. They might come up in, like, Sea of Stars. I mean, unless they just didn't exist at this period in history. Who knows, though? There's that guy again. The guy who did the machine. what's at the end here? Let's just... Well, I think we've seen enough. It looks like there's cool stuff like, hey, races against a shadow version of yourself. That's cool. Don't think this is necessarily all that relevant to Sea of Stars. There's not that much we can pull here other than alternate realities exist. And, you know, some amount of dimension hopping would be cool. Hey, look, this guy has the cool hat. That's nice. Oh, and... Oh, it's Punch-Out! Look at... I just looked ahead a little bit. Look, it's Punch-Out. That's cute. I wonder if Sea of Stars is gonna do anything like this, you know, like... genre hopping for, like, a boss fight or something. You know, like... Honestly, the Mario and Luigi games did this a fair bit, especially, like, Bowser's Inside Story in particular. Again, I'll say, like, I didn't care for the inside stuff, like inside Bowser, but playing as Bowser, getting big as Bowser, that was fine. And a little bit of something like this is good for a change of pace. Okay, there's another view of the island. I should keep, you know, hey, look at that, like, real close, like, and think, like, does this look like an island in Sea of Stars? I'm not sure. I don't remember quite clearly, but I'm sure I'll think about it next time I see the various islands and look at the map in Sea of Stars, I guess. Okay, and then you leave, and then that is, that's that. I think we're good. I think we're good here. Let's, I'm gonna go back to the video game, and I'm gonna go back to the couch. I think that, having this nice camera, nice new camera, nice new lighting, has, made this part of the stream a lot nicer maybe than it otherwise would be, I reckon. Let me just go ahead and, find the Chrome window and bring it down. I'm going to bring back up the game, which is where I left it. I'm going to go over to the couch and then we will end. All right, that was a... That there... Hang on, my Switch, my TV screen was a little bit dimmed. I wanted to undim it real fast. Okay, he does do the flip from the start here. He does do like the little spin every time he does a grapple in this graphical style. I was kind of curious about that, wanted to check it. Anyway, that'll do it for this messenger refresher. The messenger refresher, as I have called it. We'll call the VOD. Whatever. Little bit long-winded, but here's the things I noticed. One, probably a lot of areas that will appear in Sea of Stars later, and one area that I've already seen, and I really love to see again, and recognize and go like, oh shit, this is the enemy. Two, lots of enemies. This is the area, same zone, same colors, same music, all same vibes. Ooh, that's cool. Two, couple of enemies that are from this game who appear in Sea of Stars. I think that's fantastic. Three, there's a whole area in the undersea part that is just like literally the same gods, the Solist gods, totally 100,000% connected to Sea of Stars, 1,000%. That all was so goddamn relevant and only found it after we started like going through the YouTube video. So I am so glad that we did that. Maybe we went a little long because we did that, but I think it was worth it. More things that we found. Well, dimension hopping is a thing. Time hopping is a thing. It's possible that, like, time stuff will get involved. I feel like there were other things, but they're not all coming to mind at just this moment. The shapes of islands, the fate of the world, the flood, all that stuff seems like it could be very relevant. The dimension hopping aspects of both the Fleshmancer and the demon threat of this game. There are a lot of connections here. The fact that there's a tower that transcends time and has, like, a bunch of people who are, like, transcended to that stuff in there. Clearly, that is also something what's going on with Sea of Stars, which I just find, you know, in both cases, it's a little bit fascinating. Though Sea of Stars definitely plays it a lot more straight. A lot more, normally. Let me see one thing here. I would just like to say before we end, thank you to Indie James, who was the, you know, persons whose long play I just skimmed through to get that done. Otherwise, I think we're good to go. Shout out to Indie James. I'm not familiar with the gentleman. I just found a random video just by Googling and, you know, just by YouTube, searching on YouTube, not really Googling in that case. And that's that. Let me see who is online, who we can go ahead and raid. Not seeing anyone in particular that jumps out of me and my the people that I'm following that I'm interested in raiding tonight. Let me see real fast if anyone's playing Sea of Stars. Well, of course people are playing Sea of Stars. It's a big game. A lot of people are. Let me see. Anyone early enough where it won't be a spoiler for me. Some people do this where they just search up a random channel. I'd say it's harder for me. I don't know. I just always find it to be a little awkward. You know what? I'm just gonna raid one of the couple of people that I have on my friends list that are, you know, online. Let's go with Andy Havoc. Let's raid Andy Havoc. Is doing like Axiom Verge. Haven't raided Andy in a while. Cool dude. Pull up the schedule here. Here, what is the schedule? Oh, you know what? I didn't put in that I had you know what? I put in last time that I didn't have a plan, which was true. I didn't have a plan on Monday, but that remains true. I don't have a plan for next Thursday yet. I should say next Thursday, really, I guess, at this point, since Thursday is now past. I will be back tomorrow around 6 p.m. Central for Friday evening viewer levels. Monday, there will be no stream next Monday. Gonna take it off after finishing the first campaign of StarCraft 2. Going to take a week off from playthrough streams, but there'll be something on Thursday, we'll see. And then viewer levels after that. And I'll say Twilight Princess will start in the week after next. Monday, the week after next, Twilight Princess HD. Pretty good game. Looking forward to digging into that. Should be pretty fun. I will see y'all tomorrow for viewer levels at the designated time. Same time as normal. Y'all have a good rest of your night. Thanks for tuning in, and hope you got something out of this. Seeing this game, or getting some lore information for Sea of Stars. Either way, love y'all. Bye, folks!